So I say the first case is good, 2 and 3 are filler, and then you go back to the present. Or is it 5 is the one? Oh, there's a flashback one I recall. It's the stupid one. It has ayaya though. HD, pixel art. Problem is when it's rescaled, it's a little weird. Tournament visitor. Playing the game with HD chibi characters. Achievement unlocked. Tournament visitor. Life is good. Life is good, but if you know anything about the Ace Attorney series, first 10 seconds aren't good. No, someone's already dead. To make sure the defendant is found guilty. What other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor after all. Silver Samurai. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. No! Jobber. Imagine being a jobber. But that's not the law. Guns are rare in Japan. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. Jobber. He's a jobber. Why was that guy? Oh, what a 12th floor hallway, we'll see. Jobber. Life is good as a prosecutor. 99% conviction rate unless Phoenix screws you over. Life is good. Hardly away from my office for a whole month. Hope Detective Gumshoe's been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. Doors unlocked. Oh no, I didn't pre-order if there is arranged songs. Gumshoe. What's his smell? It's very familiar. Blood. Oh, I thought Gumshoe finally hit something on his desk. Gumshoe, you're not supposed to lay this shit on my desk! What the? No, jobber. What's the meaning of this? Freeze. Rat jam. Nya 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 nya. I thought guns are rare. Identify yourself. Shut up. If you got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrust into a multitude of cases in some very frantic and busy days. Prosecutor's office, 2:56 a.m. Finished photographing the victim's body, sir. It was suicide. Damn you people! Very well, continue your investigation. It was suicide, sir. We've solved a case. Yes, sir. Yeah, there we go. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay, sir? I don't know what happens to this guy after the second game of this, because he's not in the new trilogy, is he? Keep it down, detectives. This is a crime scene. Murder taking place in our office. Ran up here straight away. Gumshoe, this is Dick Gumshoe. Detective with the local precinct. I've seen, or I haven't streamed this now. I played this a long time ago, the first one, but never the second one. The one they assigned the handle is murder case for the time being. Take a little pill, sir. You hurt? I'm perfectly fine, however. Look what they did to your office. It's totally trash. What about the dead guy? Does no one care about the dead guy? It's dirty, sir. I'm sorry. The fine china's broken, sir. What about the dead guy? I'll say the culprit. What the fuck? They don't even care about the dead guy. Everything's dirty here. I'll have to have the cleaners come in. Get that blood off my fucking bookshelf. Christ, kick the fucking body out of here. Damn rabble. Culprit sullied my floor with dirt as well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. What about the dead guy? Oh, it sounds like I'm really burned up over this whole thing. Crime was committed in my office, so it's my responsibility to solve it. Oh, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, yeah, time to do some investigating. Yeah, because in the 4th game, it's Emma, right? As the detective or whoever, and then it's 5th game is that Fulbright. Who is it in number 6? I'm trying to remember who the detective slot is taken up by. Oh, it is Emma again? Okay, it's Emma again. Okay, so Fulbright gets 5th game, and then Emma comes back. Okay. Great, first course actions, gather relevant facts and leads. Let's not overlook anything, no matter how small, for we find the truth. Keep any leads and information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. What a mind palace he doesn't even need. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? Brain blast, coincidence, murder took place in my office. I get the nagging feeling this is something important to keep in mind. I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? Shut up, you idiot. No, not really, especially because of this. The key to your office. Scary reason, this office door has a lock built into it. What do you mean, sir? You bonehead. You moron, deducted salary. I don't get it, boss. Thinking about it, I can't use logic. Should become clear. Logic? Oh my god, Gumshoe. Find that a connection between two pieces of information, and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. How do you use it? First, recall the information we've gathered with Q, connect them together with T. What the? How to use Q and recall the facts. Brain blast. Was it a coincidence? Crime scene office key. Connect. Brain blast. Security reasons all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. Yeah, no shit. She's like, but why? I don't know. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of the crime as mere coincidence. That's exactly what I was thinking, sir. You've done it again, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? Really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Oh, the best sidekick. You're always right, sir. Boom, 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 sir. Well, when you follow leads to the conclusion, only the truth remains. However, information doesn't line up properly, may stray far from the truth, and my brain starts hurting. I'll become gumshoe. If I think carefully of our piecing leads together, logic should flow. Let's get started for investigation, shall we? Yes, sir. Based on any good investigation, examine everything, sir. I know that when I want to examine something, I simply use space when I'm next to it. Oh, if you ever feel lost, want to talk, just use T, okay? I'll give you great precise advice as ace investigator, sir. Someone to try later if I have free time, I suppose. He just wants a friend. He just wants a friend. I'm like trying to figure out the buttons too. What is, yeah, I don't know why it's TQE. Maybe W and R get taken by, oh, R is history. How is W taken? Oh, W's move, that's why. Okay. What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? So would it mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here? I think I've seen one of these before. Yes, I hope so, you idiot. Can't like me as aware. I know. I was issued the exact same model. I think. Detective. Don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. Now I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much except in emergency. That's why I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by precinct's detectives. Do you have anything to report? Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. And yet there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about a contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. Silver Samurai. It's a good thing my steel samurai doll was spared any harm. Speaking of which, I haven't actually sat down and watched any of that show. What's it about again? Well, I don't know much about myself, but the hero of the Steel Samurai, warrior of the new old Tokyo, is the Steel Samurai, and his goal is to defeat the evil magistrates, show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws in a number of adults as well. Spin-offs like Pink Princess, Warrior of Little Old Tokyo, and the Nickel Samurai, along with the deluge of merchandise, even the new stage show, gives it presence. You sure know a lot. Are you sure you're not some sort of rabid fanboy? Of course not. Anyone that keeps up with society knows at least this much. That conversation lasted longer than expected. Let us return the investigation. It's your trophy, the Knight Prosecutors, right? Knight of Prosecutors, King of Prosecutors, and it's not a trophy, it's a shield. They only send this to winning prosecutor, right? Yes, but I have no real interest in perceived worth of other people. As for my own worth, that is something only I can determine for myself. That's so slick, sir. I'm gonna have to try saying that sometime. Fortunately for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me. Oh no! Damn corpo. Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir. The killer's going to pay this tea set. We're really mad over this. This tea set is very dear to my heart and can only be bought in England. No! Costs more than your whole month's paycheck. What? I feel like the killer's wasted one of my monthly paychecks. Damn this killer. Flowers are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Sound of a struggle? Oh, I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you're away. I mean, it's just rendered all the time and effort to put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Wait a minute, where'd you... Well, I watered the flowers every day just like you requested, sir. I just added a cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? No, for fans. No life, sir. Is this yet another batch of fresh flowers? Ones that come with a card attached every month like clockwork for you? Yup. Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir. All will be resolved. Wendy. Oh. Oh, Miss Irony, how painful are thy thorns. Wendy, isn't that the name of the old lady with the whiny voice that stalks? That's enough, detective. Yeah, remind me further. How's it coming on? Please, I need absolute silence. Fingerprint lifting is a delicate art. Well, I never. Oh, she even knocked over your chess set. Had it all set up ready for you when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you're interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. Whoa, let's go! No, I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. He's just gonna job instantly, isn't he? Finished photographing the body. Should be alright to examine this area. One rest will inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. Jobber. What do we have here? Ooh, $20 or 2,000 yen. I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, oh, hey, I have the exact same thing actually. What a coinkadink. Let's take a look inside. Buddy Faith. Appeared our victim was a detective just like you. I might seem to gather a few pieces of pertinent information. Calmly use the logic, figure out any of them are connected to each other. Brain blast. Revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? I don't get it, sir. Yes, sir, on it now, sir. Excuse me, pal, let's see what have we got here. Edgeworth, sir, the guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Jobber, imagine dying to your own gun. Jobber. Are you gonna be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course, this is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. Why is Gumshoe nothing inside? He just stares blankly into space. You got it, boss. I log any and all evidence I find in my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to press E to open my organizer. Organizer isn't only for evidence, I keep people's profiles on it in hand too. Ooh. Secured in my office, homicide detective, local precinct in charge of initial investigation, 32 years old. Probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Let's see what else we can find about this revolver. I always say you gotta look really careful at each piece of evidence. You can use the arrows to rotate an object, no such thing as a bad angle. Just Q and E to zoom in and out to get it nitty gritty. Looks like only one round was fired from this. Oh, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wresting the gun from him. Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? No proof for now, but as a distinct possibility. Oh, there's nothing else. Alright, what's his crotch? Look at the body once over. Blood all over his lower abdominal area. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yup, and until the autopsies, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Guess about all we're gonna find out. Wait, you idiot. No, the stupid thing behind it. Should send the body to autopsy. Jim! Not Jim! Not Jim! Tears in me eyes! Why, oh why, how could this happen to a guy like you? Tears in me eyes. Not Jim at 3 AM. Jim. You alright? Are you alright? Don't touch me. Leave me alone. Just let me be. Not Jim. Tears in me eyes. Sorry, I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body. Don't talk about him like he's some lump of flesh. There we go. Real character. Tears in me eyes. Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. He's sleeping peacefully. Sure, just in a blood-stained suit, pal. Tears in me eyes. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes, I am. I'm Jacques Sportsman, prosecutor. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. It was you. You're the one who killed Jim. Don't go jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth's been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. Key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? Oh no! So the only one who could get in here was me. Oh. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. It was you then, you're Jim's killer. How could you, Gumshoe? No way, pal, you've got it all wrong. Everyone calm down. Sportsman, correct. If you're a real prosecutor, you know to stay collected. Investigation has only begun. It isn't too early to be drawn conclusions. Hamajo, someone starting with my 74 months. Yo. Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. Sure, one cool customer though, Mr. Edgeworth. Heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, friend. Alright, how about a handshake to seal the deal, friend? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting an investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then, it's your room after all. Thank you, I intend to. Just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. Jim was me friend. You there, sir. I want you to capture the scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner Jim. Tears in me eyes. Tears in me eyes. For this photo shoot. Tears in me eyes. Should probably give them some space. Tears in me eyes. Except for it's starting with my 73 months. I'm yo-yo with a tier 3. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna save. It's been long. Hope Corpa's not too rough. Damn Corpus. He's not disturbing the crime scene. He's saying goodbye to his friend, alright? What is wrong with you people? Tears in his eyes. Tears in his eyes. One last photo shoot with his friend. Mr. Portsman, a word if I may. Jim, I swear I'll find your killer and bring them to justice. You wait and see. It'll be for the both of us. Now then, you wanted to talk to me about something? No, that's alright. I feel like I'm interrupting their conversation. Tears in me eyes. I'll avenge you, Jim. Your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing around. Killer not only shot the victim, they shot your jacket as well. Wait, Sasuke, wait a minute. The bullet. Dared to shoot the ultra special jacket you made your prosecutorial debut in. Damn, it's so dapper. What if they shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over detective. Not when there's something more here. Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. That guy. Starting to sound like him. I have my own methods. I don't conduct this investigation my way. Seen before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off. That's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. Brain blast. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor out and press T with my conviction. When I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. Bullet hole is a contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. First failed the victim. The second failed this frame. Hey, that's right. However, this gun was only fired once. That's true too. Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Does the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? Brain blast. Oh, I noticed something, sir. Yes. What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Ah, that. It's a secret safe. Secret safe. Oh, I smell money. I'll spare us the trouble. Just say it. Nothing like what you're imagine's inside. But my money. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. Chew, what you talk about Dusty? Oh no, they dusted it. Suppose that's what happens when I'm not here. They dust it once in a while. No idea there's a safe door. I'd have kept it clean for you, sir. Where did you put this thing in? Wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really, I had no idea. Only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. What's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial's in session. That's it. Talk about squash my hopes and dreams. I want to inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Yeah, now this is odd. Found something, sir. This keypad. Don't you find it a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, forensic scientists. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. Couldn't find, let alone left a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. Prints were wiped. As I thought, appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly play connected dots with the information we have. Is that, or do I need something else? I believe I figured out what the murderer was after. What is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests. Criminal at least attempted to open my safe. Making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if known motive behind this breaking was theft. Changes what was the other piece of information can tell me about this crime. Does it fit or not fit? Oh, I want to see what happens when it doesn't fit. Possibility the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely, we need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir, I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen before, even out of the library. Sure, let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones die young? The good men, like Jim here, good men. Something you guys apparently don't understand. Good men. How old is he? 29. High prosecutor in his prosecutor's office. My first time speaking of good men, not Buddy, Faith, Jim. He keeps calling him Jim. The fans, damn it. Good men. When the good ones die young, surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it here, let me help. Rat Jam. This file goes here. Book goes there. Sure know a lot about where things go, despite being Mr. Edgeworth's office, because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal, okay? Done. Appears the murder was definitely committed here. Yeah, bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. Suspect the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. Then the guy fell on the floor, right? The blood on the floor was kind of grossing me out. Good man. He was a jobber. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. You know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Oh, blue is off. Spot somehow connect to any of the evidence I hold. Oops. I don't really see what's so wrong with that spot. Shut up, you idiot. You don't understand. Either lies a contradiction. Edgeworth, sir, it'd be nice if you just admit when you're wrong. Shut up! Deduct your pay. That wasn't a mistake. That was me keeping you on your toes, detective. Damn brat thinks he's better than me. Because he eats ramen all day. Oh, you can examine as well. Put them all back just as they should be, sir. Not like anything's missing, although it looks like killer moved the body Flip through my shelves. They found what they were looking for. Killer moved the body because it was leaning against the bookshelf. Blood in this guy's pants proves that pretty well. In a sense, I suppose. So I'm not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth. Victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot. Prints on the floor too. Those must have been made when unable to stay standing. He dropped to the floor. That's where the bullet oh, the bullet hole, that's where I go. This is where the bullet lodged itself where it went through the victim well. Bullet be lodged so squarely in a foul spine. Oh, indicates that the fouls are ransacked after the shooting occurred. Guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. Gumshoe, you fucking idiot. Wait, what the hell? Oh, I pressed T, not space. Clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? You dumbass. Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. The victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down? No, he wasn't. That would be illogical. The victim leaned against his shelf after being shot, which suggests he was standing when he was shot. That means... Wait, what does it mean, sir? Means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. Sorry. In any case, means someone made a faulty assumption, and it was from this mistake that her current contradiction was born. Was a faulty assumption causes problem with the bullet hole's position? Order of the files. You said you knew the order of the files, you bonehead. I believe the order of files is a bit off. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir. Oh. Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down here after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they're organized now is the correct order. They're exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are out of order. Those white binders are special, so they're arranged a little differently. Oh. But from this, we know the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. So that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you did, you dunce. Let me rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. I think it would be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved to finish processing the crime scene. Sure, if I could just see why it wouldn't be. You please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it logically should be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith, then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly, and then proceed to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. Files were thrown into disarray twice, once before and once after the crime, but why? Crime scene was the time of the murder. I'll give it another look. This. What is that? Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood? You should have said something else. Why does it say Gummo? I'm missing. Oh. Say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. Oh wait, there's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir. Appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Finn. Doodle-doot. My life points go back up. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. Good old Jim. It's not even his name. Not Jim. And his most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Can't be terribly pleased to hear your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you are going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Duel! Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then let us at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it! I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude, and there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do? What do I always do in court? I'm gonna cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose a flaw in his logic with this technique. Oh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Might as well. Alright. First, I listen to the witness's testimony. Find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence. Open my organizer of E, present the piece of contradictory evidence. Present something, I simply use T, but that's old news. It's not like there's gonna be a flaw in their testimony every time, right? Correct, and at those times I need to press that witness with Q. Sometimes I press and I can draw out new information and newer modified testimony. I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations too. Very well, I'll even show you how it's done. Watch carefully. Duel. Portsman's logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files, make it look like you'd committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body to sit in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it'll be by his final words that you'll be brought to justice. Damn you. Tend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer. Trying to remember how the original game was. Was it always the backgrounds like this? I'm trying to remember how the original backgrounds were. I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Sure, you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman. There's no way to have Gumshoe's a culprit here. It's too dumb. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. Yeah, that's the room background, but I guess it's like zoomed in. Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead.
Hold it.
You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim? But clearly his name is Buddy Faith. Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion, good old Jim. Jacques and Jim, don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? But Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name. Well, Jacques and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys that decided to nickname Jim. He needs more men. We need more Jims, sir. Get me more Jims. He talks about the victim like he was his pet. Good old Jim. Jim was a hero, damn you. Further, he messed up the files, make like you committed theft instead. Do you really think it was necessary to sever my shelves twice to do that? That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth? It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle. No, it's true. He did do it. Alright, sorry, Gumshoe. This is like immutable logic. I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but we have the motive. It's over. Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor to pair that with. What a motive, no? Okay, we got him, boys. It's over. Gumshoe is the killer. That's when you moved Jim's body was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. You had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. Thanks that you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? Body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something. Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal. Not more a person can understand about another from first impressions alone. I can't say I disagree with him on that point. He's destroying us. Why don't you say something, sir? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence. Couldn't ask for a better setup for the game finishing spike. Boom, 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 as I say. And it'll be by his final words that you'll be brought to justice. You saying that those letters were intended for you? Yep, Jim was an outstanding detective. I would expect no less from my former partner. Looks like Mr. Portsman still doesn't understand. He has yet to figure out the true meaning behind the bloody letters. What are you sputtering over there? Can't you just admit my logic's perfectly sound? Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. Gap so wide even the good detective can spot it. Clue Mr. Portsman presented some evidence. They're talking about the upside down. Present the badge. Fuck.
Objection!
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there's a serious flaw in your logic. Yeah, bringing a bit of the courtroom into this scene, no problem. I'm game. Duel. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by a power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking. I get it, huh? If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. You still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible. What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. Files on the shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
Objection!
It's possible they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious the file was stolen after it was written on. Missing letters and detective's name where the file should be is proof. Oh yeah, I mean, where the S is gone, there's only half an H. Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case. Highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files, especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Gasp. Wayne's what exactly? What does that make this dying message? Makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low, I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get them, sir. You'll see I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman? Yeah, brilliant, absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold. Appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some, you lose some. That's how life goes. Everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. But you know, it really is a shame. Well, face down card. I really didn't want to have to bring this up over. What? A trap card on the field? When did he place that? What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? Oh, that would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved I'm innocent, pal. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. And why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know there's one other person with a key to this office? One other person. Hey, you there? Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me. A lady? Girl's a member of this building's security. Oh no! Oh no! Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Oh, never mind. Okay. I believe she needs no introduction. I have called upon Miss Maggie Bird, members of security. Yeah, she's the cop, right? Come to sir. Maggie. Yeah, I thought it was old bag for a second. I forgot how this is. Miss Bird is a security guard on watch tonight, I see, and your point is? Point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all office doors in this building. What? You're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe. Then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you, I'd never sneak into someone's room. That's right, I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right, I did it. No, you idiot. I'm the killer. That means I'm the killer. Can we take that as a confession, detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, detective. No need for such theatrics. Listen, your boss, detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. Duel. How old is she in this? 23. Gumshoe knows her from when she was a police officer, now works nighttime security. Hey, it's pretty obvious Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key, the master sword. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. I can't even say her last name. Top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable she was the girl who faked the dying message. So saying she used the master key. But her office use controlled by security staff. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during the rally. There we go, it's time to use tennis. Boom, 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 40 love. Boom, boom, boom. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there's anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. Duel. Pretty obvious Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key.
Hold it!
You sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could use the master key? Yeah, there's only one person on staff at this time of the night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's true, but I forgot what chapter is she from? Or she's in 2 games, right? Maggie? I'm trying to remember. Wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to. What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, it's just moving on. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. 0152133. Okay, what do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. Can't really trust her not to tell lies, plus I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Beard out? Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Beard has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. It's like odd chat. I'll be the judge of that, Miss Bird, if you please. Discovered the master key was missing around 1 AM, sir. What do you mean by missing? Oh. Wasn't anyone in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Ah. Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe someone like you will be taken in by such words. I am not lying, sir. That's the case. What? He can use the ability to object. You're mad. That's the case. I'd like to know why you have the master key now. What the? He has the lawyer ability. I don't quite know. I just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Likely story. Where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. Oh, it's like how I found my games. I found it. I find these Fire Emblem games. Never lose things. I practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me, you don't want to test just how bad our luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, but... You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. Oh, that's... Oh no! You fool, Portsman, as Mr. Portsman says, detective. Can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. Time to counterattack. A few facts of my own. Boof, boof. Boof, boof. Your intent from the mess up shelves to wipe down safe, I'd say thievery.
Hold it!
I'll just present on it. Yeah, fuck it. Clear the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery, however. Glad to hear that the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me. However, regard to the investigation of the bookshelves and safe, hey, good thinking asking for my opinion on the matter. Would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence? Okay.
Objection!
He does this stupid thing. Oh, there we go. He does the finger point. Is Miles ever in any of the Marvel vs. Capcom games, or is only Phoenix? Do you wish to continue insisting Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth after all. Only Phoenix, lame. Because then you could have the Miles finger pointed. It's also by your logic we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. This may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe, the existence of which only privy to prosecutors. Find it a little hard to believe that hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan, but she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. Highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and safe were targeted. What it is gold. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. That means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses, why? What made you? What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did he just say? Damn you, Jim. Turns out Jim shot himself. It was suicide. Jim looked at the safe, got a guilty conscience, and then shot himself. Tears in me eyes. Poor Jim. We were partners like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him I filled him in on the secret safes. Then that means... Yeah, I know, I had only just told him to. Obviously it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. No, Jim is a rat. Tears in me eyes. This kind of victim was the thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you, Miss Maggie Bryan? Excuse me. Damn, Jim. Why did you do this, Jim? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. It was self-defense. Good job. You should deserve a medal. Here's my medal. Here you go. Case closed. Killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? Are you still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? Goddamn hero. God, always gotta believe the blue. No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that, not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was a thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office, which is precisely why you had to steal it, wouldn't you say? I played this one, but I've never played it, number 2, so I remember a little bit of this game. It was Jim who stole the master key. Jim, damn you, Jim. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. And Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? Rat Jam, he was a rat. I knew it. I looked the other way, but turns out Jim was a rat. I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. I see no honor. Jim, damn you, Jim. Jim's a rat. Well, then I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Alright, we can all go home. Jim deserved it. He was a thief. He was a rat. Tears in me eyes. Let's all go home. Would you people be so kind to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office. But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. Rat Jam. You are all suspects to varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir, we have no choice but to accommodate his request for now. Ah, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. And if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsmouth, we'll meet again. Yeah, that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Don't disappoint me, you hear? Rat jam. Damn, I trusted Jim too. I thought he was a good guy, but he's just a rat. Damn it, Jim. I know, Jim was a rat. He was stealing stuff. 4:18 a.m. Why is there basketball there? B-ball time. What says the prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. Gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. We had kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then what now? Looks like my life's fallen yet to another gigantic ditch. Don't despair, Miss Beard. We can overcome this as well. Many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Really, sir? For example, this hallway. Linchpin of this argument against Miss Beard is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is a perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. Tool. I wondered if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. Always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth is probably gay anyway, sorry. Sorry. Can't let this chance pass me by. I just remember to ask her about the master key. Should jog her memory by showing her notes of tea. That's a prosecutor's badge, isn't it? It proves that you're really a prosecutor. Interesting. Despite all appearances, she seems to know more than Gumshoe. Oops, duh. With that badge, even I could be a professional prosecutor. Sir, may I please try that on just for a little bit? I don't think that'd be a very good idea, do you? Guess not. Second thought, they're actually on the same level. Just a low security guard, so I'm not sure what I should do with that other than to guard it. It's like talking to another Gumshoe. When you discovered the master key was missing? I didn't realize it. I think it was around 1 a.m. sir. I noticed it was back around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. I'm sure that between those two times it was not just gone but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? Ah, it's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say, except for this time, correct? Well, I admit I was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. Left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. So after I'd used it, I left it sitting on the ledge. Use the master key. What did you mean by you used the master key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who'd forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as security guard, right? Ah. What is it? That's right, I just remembered the prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsmouth, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird. Quickly. 12 a.m. Mr. Portsmouth forgot his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way, it's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I watched when Mr. Portsmouth— oh, there's a stupid beaver on there. Portsmouth to his office, opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. Then what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. It was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Talk about suspicious. I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsmouth's door. Victim, have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Sir Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. Jim. Jim was a hero. Sounds like fun. Just once I'd love to play with them. Sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Faith did was pass on the ball, sir. Second thought, I don't think I'd fit in all well with them. Maybe he was the LeBron. I need the ball, man. Just shove the ball in him, Rangy Brad, right? I take it you are an acquaintance of the detective. Under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe who introduced me to my current employer. So I thought until a few hours ago, right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old, I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I'd finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. Oh, you don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. Solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edward, you can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. Let's inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. That was easy, but scratch. It's... Oh, isn't that the missing 0 series file, sir? No doubt about it. Bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. The thief took only what was necessary, left the rest behind. What are these 0 files about, sir? I guess they got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files, however... Cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the High Prosecutor who used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged keeping them as they were. Now, that means the thief must also want the file for a specific reason, right? Well, it seems so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. You don't mean that case? What case is that? What is it? Oh, I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. That case. Trying to play some b-ball. Let's play some hoops. What is a basketball doing here? Oh, that's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. Heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, even tennis, and not a single one of these sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. What? Everyone's strong. The strongest prosecutor in the series. You don't mean him. What is a basketball hoop doing here? Didn't this used to be outside next to the building a long time ago? So why was it moved indoors? Don't remember exactly. I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Failblade, someone's trying to look back 56 months. I don't know. The only thing I know is tacos or curry or whatever the hell. Ramen. Drag it. But it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself. All the way up to the 12th floor. Looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, murder in the walls of the prosecutor's office, no trifling matter. Must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got in your hands. There, if you lost or need some advice, my door is always open. He still has hair! Whoa! He's invincible, sir. Wait, so is this game before Ace Attorney 3? Or is this a toupee? Wait. Thought his hair got obliterated. Oh, it's after 3. Okay, so it must be a wig or a toupee, because I swear his hair gets obliterated, right? Or wait, does his hair get obliterated in Apollo? Wait, so in the 4th game he gets obliterated? Because he has no hair left. Okay. Oh, gracious, I'll keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? No! Jobber, he's such a jobber, he doesn't even know who he works with. Jobber. Jobber. Just another jobber, sir. Everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning. I'm finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asked about this hallway in this room. Everything's okay, sir. Word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. Yeah, he has a brother who also loses his hair. Maybe this is the brother in Ace Attorney 4. I'm trying to remember. Oh, no, because... Oh, the meme is, yeah, at the start of Ace Attorney 3, you get a flashback case when the guy did have a ton of hair, and then he loses the hair. But in 4, is it his brother who has hair, and then he gets obliterated? Won't rest to inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. Trying to remember Payne's stupid hair. Door's locked tight. Hey, I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work. Your honest right. Shut up, you idiot. Oh, he's bald with longer on the side and a little on top. Oh, and the little on top gets destroyed. Okay. This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Oh, I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be where a culprit is. Well, I advise you return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from. 1203, ticket. This is Mr. Portsman's office. Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. That reminds me, Mr. Portsman actually wanted room 1202 really badly. Since you were already occupied, Mr. Edgeworth put him next door, sir. Why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? Not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd. Yup, that's gotta be it. Can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 30. Why am I even wasting time thinking about this? The butt scratcher tree duo. Portsman's personal basketball hoop. Can't believe he put someone like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office. You know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get your office since it's been here. How long have I had the same office and yet still managed to get lost? Alright. Sasuke. Oh, but these 4 numbers on a number plate proclaim this to be my office. Whoops, hey, these numbers plates slide right out, sir. I have to be able to take the plate off when the room comes vacant, you know? Although, yeah, it can be so easily removed is kind of... I don't see any signs of forced entry, and according to the guard, no signs the lock was picked either, sir. I mean, the door really was opened with a key. Now, did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as whistle, wiped, they think. Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Is it logic time? Let me look. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I lose brain power if this doesn't fit. Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. Want your way, pal? I mean, sir. Say that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at the time. Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. Totally forgot all about that. Thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that time I realized master key was missing, and... I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended. Yeah, I used my house key, made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then. Well, I thought that maybe I could just go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Useless butt scratchers. Alright, let's take another look. I'll have to deduce. Lock tight the old credit. Shut up, gumshoe. The old credit card trick, sir. Spot someone connect to any of the evidence I hold. Contradiction here between reality and evidence. If what Miss Bird said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Oh, you know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? Certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed himself that I hadn't. Which means what, sir? Either means that he actually does have the key to his office. Well, the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door. How can you prove that? Easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these. Prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Oh, you pal, do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what did you find out? No need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, I've found only Mr. Portsman, Mr. Face prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this knob as well. Whose print should be on this doorknob? Alright, I'm just gonna throw away an answer. Why would my prints be on this knob, sir? You're saying Mr. Gumshoe broke into Mr. Portsman's office before? What? I've never even been inside that office. What are you saying, sir? Well, I was just testing your naivete. I'll answer you straight from now on. I wish you had done that from the very beginning, sir. Sorry. Alright, let's do his here. Alright, we'll do the real answers here. But scratch. We already found Mr. Portsman's face print, sir. Is that so? Well, there should be one other person who left their mark on this. Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? You mean... Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Now, what have we here? One rest to inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. Clearly the basketball. Is this basketball property of Mr. Portsman? Yes, sir. He's always ready for a match. Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis. Doesn't matter what sport it is, he's game. Although I think he'd be a little hard to play tennis with this ball. Ho, that isn't the point you should be focused on, detective. You're right, sir. Oh, I should be focused on. Bad, Mr. Portsman. Someone teach him to clean his toys up after he's done playing. I think we reached the end of this conversation. What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game? Shut up, you idiot. That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Oh, you're right, sir. Guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. Position of the hoop is definitely unnatural. Better take note of this. What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by just so we talked about on the phone. Looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later. Buddy. His name was Buddy, not Jim. Looks like a note from the victim, Jobber. Jobber, sir. Yeah, it's for Mr. Portsman. Jobber. Not Jim. Poking around this hallway is actually paid off quite handsomely. Oh, how so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes, the mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me, too. I suspected it was him from the incident he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on Truth's door. He was a hero. Jim was a goddamn hero. Mr. Portsman, finished processing the bloody letters, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Roar. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. Underline for you, Portsman, we got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too, so I guess you can stay if you promise to stay out of our way. Tend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Who would have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? You don't mean that guy? Legendary prosecutor, never lost a single case for 40 long years. Good old Japanese justice system. Guilty. There was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. It really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know. You're done trying to play mind games with me because they won't work. Only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself, although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Let's duel, it's 40 love. And we fully ourselves, even though you've yet to prove anything. Duel. I don't think they specifically say anything about the LA, because they said I was abroad, but they don't say like where we are right now. It's not as silly as Ace Attorney 6, where for some reason, if it really was LA, it makes no sense that Natuya is like flying across the Pacific just to do a random filler case. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Peace. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on. With evidence. What? Just like him. No idea what airbrain stream you have in mind, but let's see what he has to say. Accusation is a harebrained idea, is it? You tell me I'd say it is, after all. There's a mountain of evidence points away from me being the culprit. Oh, and what pray tell kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him. And that's it. That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? Might I recommend that you review the word evidence, what the word evidence means. It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer. Besides, how do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Fortunately, I believe I've already shown how earlier. Speculations mean nothing. I still insist I cannot gain access to your room. Flight X, restaurant, welcome back. 96 months. What I do now? Raise an objective objection. You claim to have had no way to open my door. However, that is really the honest truth? All right, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot. Very well then. I propose that you use this to open my door. I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less. Wait, hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely, you were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right, use your finger directs this person open my door with the key. Up, time to throw the game. Duel! Yourself! You pointed at yourself. What the? You asked this person to open the door for you. Let me ask this in return. How and why would I have the master key in my possession, huh? I was careless. Oh yeah, too bad your profile's in here, so you can't point to yourself. Alright. What you were saying, alright, that's what I used for you. You asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know? But the room you had Miss Bird open at the time was not your own, was it? What? You had quite the imagination, but why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? Well, I'm certain that was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. Check the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yeah, what if you had misled her, the fool her into thinking what you wanted? Huh, and how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on her doors, for example. That's right, they do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you can use one other thing to give a very strong impression that the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think it was his room? B-ball. To think LeBron would snitch on himself with the B-ball. What, the basketball hoop, sir? The B-ball. But B-ball's supposed to bring us together, not help in murders. It's quite a peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building, which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of peculiar prosecutor. Wow. Very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman. There are signs that the hoop has been moved. To sit in front of my office, to be sure. I see, so that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Counter do. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. But he's winning. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket, and Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. What? Oh, my jacket's not dirty, you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. I just spoke nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time.
Hold it!
What were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Your trainer regimen. Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. You must be the buffest prosecutor we have. Thanks. With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. Yeah, I was doing my usual workout, so... You don't have a single reason to suspect me. It's the stupid paper under his door. He seemed to be trembling. One more little push off to do is find a flaw in his testimony. I want to see what he says about this.
Hold it!
Nonsense, you say? Yes, because I'm telling the truth here.
Objection!
He's doing the finger pointing. That was a lie. What are you talking about? How was that a lie? This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. Jim, you betrayed you. Jim, you rat. You should blame Jim. Jim is setting me up. Damn you, Jim. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. It was Jim. He tried to steal from you and set me up as the killer. Damn you, Jim. I thought we were friends. It's all Jim's fault. So where were you and what were you doing? Damn you, Jim. Shall I explain in full detail for you. You were busy snooping around in my room, the very room young Miss Bird opened for you. That's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way. This is proof positive young Miss Bird opened the door for you. I had your door dusted for prints. My door? Huh, what for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything, and definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints, what do you have to do with anything? Let's put it this way, if she really was the one who opened your door, prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Yeah. For all your prints and office doorknob have been completely cleaned off. Soon it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints are on it. Fine, I'll show the badge soon. I think it's time you gave up your charade. We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you could, Mr. Faith, to silence him, not Mr. Portsman. I had misfortune return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. Jim was a rat, heh? Yeah. I never liked Jim. He was always a rat. He banged me wife too. Damn you, Jim! Yeah. What's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else I like in the world. What? Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. As I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints. Well, I readily confess that I'd wiped that knob down well. Yeah? I'm a little obsessive compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you touched. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example. Saying that you failed to notice the note in your doorway. Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, so that's no excuse. That's a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. Hey, you can't prove that, can you? Damn rat. Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir. Yeah, Portsman makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Yeah, besides, I have an airtight alibi. Or airtight, you say? I only just realized that one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I told you sooner. Duel. Memory serves, you came back to this office around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives corroborate my story. It's a perfect alibi. You really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see it for yourself. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. Just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m. Hey, you see? All the evidence points to him being the culprit. Must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. Memory serves, command officer around 2 a.m. The corrector is around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, make no mistake, it was 2. Oh, giving a testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. Now, it was then you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. It was as you say, however. Yes, however, you're the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see. Hey, come now, I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? Beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. Exactly that time I was down in criminal affairs. Damn, everyone works late here. You paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yep, right after I left prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Ask around, sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. Perfect alibi. Yeah, well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. Number of detectives said they saw you at around that time. See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Nyeh. Possibly actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden look on your face? Oh, you said anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line. It's time to get off this crazy train. You there. Sir. Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle. Aggie. Detective Gumshoe. What is an alibi? Is there nothing I can do? Brain Blast must be a way to turn this situation around, like a turnabout. Come on, Brain Blast. If only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast out his alibi? Brain Blast, come on. I need to calmly think this through one more time and with logic. Brain Blast. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. Seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, second gun could have been property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Suppose there is another visitor tonight. That would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that was the work of 2 different people, once by the person who stole the victim's gun, killed him with it, and once again after the murder by our second culprit, who is the owner of the second gun. We suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that pointed at my back. Mr. Portsman, seems I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you've finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth. Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not have been the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. The thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality 2 culprits stole my office tonight. What do you mean 2? Explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice, how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Mr. Bird and gained entry into my office. Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Yeah. Now then, return to my scenario. Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelf. This is the first time. Then this would be the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, you would walk in, but his own partner, Mr. Faith. Hey, boss. So why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. That's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out. Correct. As a detective, that was the right thing to do. Then, when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Jim, you're a rat. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. Friend. Hi, friend. Friend. Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. Friend. Waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then... bang. No, friend! He killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired when it landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he also left a fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved, however. There was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. It's another? Visitor, sir? Yes, this other person's objective was to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door of my office remained unlocked. It went as 4 errands from Skywalker back 110 months. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, so they stole the master key from the security guard's room. Then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. Stolen 0 file, right, sir? Correct, only just as the thief was about to leave with foul, I appeared. Thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. Second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves again messed up twice, 2 bullets. It was all because 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times. Precisely, so now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant, because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit. What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all. Yeah, but you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. I suppose an if, and that's a big if, your theory is right. It would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir. But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. The person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. Dude. Thief you ran into should be the real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I already said, I was training in my room. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs, so I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. Damn rat. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? It's like O.J. Simpson, we gotta look for the real killer, guys. Of course, now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions. I don't think it's all dead-ended. I find your alibi fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. Just have to find a way to prove it. Thief Randy should be a real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. Might still be nearby. Train in my room. Wait, let me press. It could be Gumshoe. He's right beside me. Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Clear. So maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything after all. I hate to repeat myself. I was trained in my room. According to Mr. Faith's note. Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say Jim left a note for me in the early evening? Yeah, proof that he left at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no. See, so I insist again, I was in my office the entire time. Jim came to deliver evidence to me. I was down at Criminal Affairs, yep. Why don't you go here with Jim, Mr. Faith? That's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. Oh, he's taking a permanent nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. One of his habits and one of the evidence he brought. Yeah, there were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant dwell. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial. Let's slip through the cracks.
Hold it.
A gun and a pendant. Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon. And this pendant, which belonged to the victim. Why were you taking them to Criminal Affairs? Something in the past case file I wanted to compare these two to. Oh, this has nothing to do with the case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find out long paper trail left to be your satisfaction. This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out. Can't be expected to know what happened here after I left.
Hold it.
Can't expect you to know, can I? Nope, but I guess you can expect me to take a guess based on the logical deductions. Oh, let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave, then stole the master key. Classic Jim. I wanted to believe the best in him, but he was a rat. For the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed and the murder occurred. Bang, bang. All exactly as I laid out earlier. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. Damn it, Jim. You just had to be a thief, Jim. I tried to make him straight and narrow, but it just didn't work. Wow. Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail. Huh? Excuse me, bitch? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsmouth, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully. I brought 3 pieces of evidence. Or it says Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsmouth. I can't believe that rat that you get tripped up by simple arithmetic. You rat, Jim. You're a rat. I knew it. I banged your wife. I screwed you over. I ran over your kid. You suck, Jim. Where's the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe, you don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down head to toe. Let me pat him in the balls. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. It's all part of the investigation, pal. Don't even think about stopping me. No, he's patting me down there. No, not me junk. Oh, what's this? There's nothing here. Dishon him, sir. Ooh, a VHS. Despite what you said, it appears that you do have something to hide. Duh, why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Yay. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail for the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. The KG8 incident. Remember the KG8 incident, sir. Don't mean that incident. Oops. I'm just gonna look at everything else. KG8 incident. That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from that case? Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the case a thorough once over. That's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? You mean Jim's blood? Me? No, you've got it all wrong. It's all Jim's fault. The hell with Jim. No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. Me? You told us that you received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you'll tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video. Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was at the moment of his death, he was walking around dying and he handed the tape to me and said, don't mention this to the prosecutor. The Detective Faith had this videotape on his personage when you killed him. You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints? Yeah. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible. I'm... Yeah, it's almost 6 a.m. My prosecutor's office, room 1202. Portsman placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. Results we got back from lab techs on the tape turned out they're real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. As a bonus, they're also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. Still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. It was nothing really. Compared to what I've been through, I mean. Consider myself lucky it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If I'd been in a hold-up or a hostage situation, I'd throw my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Someone tells me I should have hired a different person for security detail. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there are a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir. What? Forged evidence, huh? Say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. That guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up, although we can be pretty certain it was to steal something. It's just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization's involved behind the scenes. Oh, well, well. Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything certainly lends credence to that rumor. It seems that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? Then Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy. I didn't say that, but rather there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out its significance to this piece of evidence. Oops. No, fuck it. I'm showing the badge.
Take that!
Sir, I don't think there's any mystery left to that piece. You might be right there. Think you've solved the case already, Mr. Edgeworth. Only thing that the house don't know about is maybe this. The old serious files, even so we've yet to fully comprehend. Wow, Gumshoe solves it for me there. Person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Yeah, I wonder who it was, and what happened to the stolen pages. I wonder, who in the world was it held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yes? Came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir. What? It's a calling card. What is it, sir? Is there a bird or something on there? It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. You're mad. Even you should know what this is, detective. Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? The great thief everyone's talking about. Yes, it's the mark of the great thief Yatagaratsu. He's just stopped my draw face. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Yatagarasu haunts embassy. Though when mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Corpa. Thief has always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Though it's been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance. Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. Location where the thief put the stolen files. Person who stole the contents of the file is the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu organization. Quite a few keywords pop up in this mystery. Murder in my office. Turn of the great thief Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. So now, sadly, we go to a flashback. So, yeah, the lame part is the story's heating up, but then it goes flashback. Episode 1. Episode 2. Turnabout Airlines. You don't mean that person. Kidnap Turnabout. Alright, let me be right back once we get the music back on. Wait, never mind. Let's see. Murder occurred in my office. Alright, let me be right back while we play. Wait, never mind. Not yet. Turn of the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. $2 days earlier. I'm gonna be right back once it stops. Oh, here we go. Veg. Anything like a night drinking. Life was good. It's a Boeing plane! Everyone's dying up! Panic! The door's breaking open! Never seen me in high up at 200,000 feet. Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently accidents and some slight turbulence. Jesus Christ, it's a Boeing! We're asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Jesus! The stock prison! Get me out, get me out, get me out! Assassin. Edge. First floor, 6:13 a.m. Oh, can I save here? Alright, be right back. You guys can just stare at his dead body. Dead. He actually plays an imposter, so Miles has been swapped out. Tears in me eyes. Alright, let me be right back. Oh, there's no music. Alright, whatever, just look at his dead body. He's dead. It's like when Sonic got killed. Sonic murder mystery. He's dead, sir. Alright, let me be right back. Boom, boom, boom. Is he still dead? Good men. Good men. He's just lying there dead. Who murdered him? Here lies Hugo Hughes. Yeah. Toast. Semester, welcome back. 18 months. And I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare. It's 6:13. Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Has slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence would be expected on a flight. Really, I'm less than comfortable if anything resembling earthquakes. No, not me wallet, no! Huh, what's this? Travel wallet, but it's not mine. Someone else's travel wallet bound up in my pocket. Yeah, my head. Why won't this headache go away? Take care of this travel wallet later. Hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake like turbulence to an elevator. You know, what am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitated. It was when I was still but a young child. Wait, brain blast. All right. Naruto flashback. Caught up in a murder up in an elevator. Spoilers. DL6. How long am I gonna let my past haunt me? Yeah, flashback and a flashback. It's Naruto or Bleach level. Just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. What do I? No, I need to behave like one. No, Johnson McJohnson. What the who? Johnson McJohnson. When the world happened, he's dead. Not Johnson. Oh, hello, ma'am. Something wrong, sir? I must ask you please return to your seat. No, Johnson McJohnson. Another dead body in the elevator. He's dead. Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? He killed him. Ah, panic. You murder. He was a good man, Jim John, whatever his name was. Oh, you have it all wrong. Wasn't me. Don't panic. There's a murder. Panic. Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. We have a murderer on the plane. Ah, panic! I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Teniro. Unfortunately, we had a minor accident on this flight. There's been a murder. Accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse of it and it was a murder. What murder? What's going on this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. With a game console on the bottom left, but it's some fake game console because the controller makes no sense. So currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. Until we're out of this area of turbulence, I ask you please remain seated. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off! No need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor and I assure you I'm not the killer. Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Case closed, boys. Now you listen here. I'm not the killer. I simply found the body. So you say, however, sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear my honor as a professional flight attendant. Is that right? I know what I saw, and there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? Already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. Very sorry, please understand our situation. Situation more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. Not about to just sit idly by while they get accused of murder. It's Teniro, is it? Yes. Wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance to do what? A chance to plead my case, and a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing them to give proper defense? Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Duel. Good, very well then, let's get started. Now, for a fact, I didn't kill the man in the elevator, and what I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain that you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. So if you'd please cooperate, we'll turn you over as soon as we land. That's it? That's your evidence? I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. Sure, people died of wallets all day. Yeah, I mean, what exactly puts the pro and professional flight attendant for you? Well, that means we are very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching papers, responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. I'm sure you've already realized that by now, right? It's a bit hard to appreciate your professionalism when I'm under suspicion. And there you have it, my professional testimony is accurate and reliable. Fortunately for you, I'm certain you are the killer. You certainly seem sure of yourself. Of course, a professional flight attendant can't afford to make mistakes after all, perhaps, but I must admit there are few who can look at a murder with a clear mind. We attendants all go through extensive training, always calm and collected. We'll even calmly serve you coffee if you so wish, as the plane makes a splashdown. Fail to see how that would be the common rational thing to do in an emergency. Even until the bitter end, we are there to serve passengers. That is the duty of all professional flight attendants. Certainly are confident. Anyway, shall we return your testimony? Alright. The murder weapon dripping with blood, really now. I swear it was a grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now. As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time. Excuse me? You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder. Nonsense, professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene and now I'm listening to your defense, all with a smile. Apparently you also lie with a smile on your face. Rat jam. Yeah, let's press this one, I just want to see. I'm not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me. Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of situation you're in right now. What exactly is my situation? I have the backing of the captain to keep you bound in this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight. In essence, you're in the same situation as someone who's been arrested by the police. So I'm to stay restrained until I can clear up all of our doubts. Here's some close. Mistake shines like a silver line in a dark rain cloud, and I'm going to capture some of that light with evidence. Ooh, I didn't even know. Well, I can present this. Go You magazine details movies, other service inside. Elevator stop, first floor lounge. Picked off the floor. It's mine. Who is it? Victim seen in first class like myself, but I don't know his name. Rhoda Tenero. Go You Airlines flight attendant, charge of taking care of first class. 24. Sent the badge. Tenero. What is it with the yelling all of a sudden? Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sir, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. Ah! You can't say that. Ah! Ah! I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. What? Impossible. Now then, do you still think I am the killer, that I killed him with a travel wallet? But, I know, but I saw blood dripping from the wallet, I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained, but if you would be so kind to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Then. That's right, you mistook grape juice for blood. Wait, in the Japanese version, is it wine or is it always grape juice? Murder weapon dripping with blood does not in fact exist. No. Yeah, that should clear up that pesky accusation. I love having my fancy grape juice. Wait a sec. That is, I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling and the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of the wallet for myself. She's a persistent one, I suppose. We have no choice but to see what's inside. Stinner, if you'd be so kind to open the wallet and check its contents for me. Alright, I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Grape juice stains the other cover, true, as I dropped in the juice, however. I didn't do it out of ill intentions. Yes, you did. What a Borznia! Oh no! Seems passport is all that's in there. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was a murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. No, no, not Hicks. No, Hicks! Jumper. This is... just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. He was a hero, Mr. Hicks. Picked off the floor in front of the elevators, but a passport inside. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. Tenor was the logic. As you claim, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stare up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? Thanks for the money, friend. Okay, murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. You think I stole it? Yes, I'm very sorry to say, and I wouldn't usually be so rude, but it must be said. I never thought I'd see the day, but here I am calling a passenger a thief. Maybe I should put on a serious face and say it more directly. I believe you removed the wallet from the victim's personage. It really doesn't matter how you phrase it. What I'd like to know is why you think I stole Mr. Hicks's wallet. Not hard to believe myself, your motive was very simple. What the hell could you press on this? I don't think I have any sort of motive to speak of. I've never met Mr. Hicks before. Our only connection is this one flight. But that's more than enough of a reason. How do you figure? You were sitting in first class, and I think the implication is quite clear. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you? I think I was after his money. Where did that cockamamie idea come from? True, you were also a passenger in first class, but I thought something was off about you and those deeply etched lines on your forehead. Whether or not lines are perfectly normal and part of my natural face, I'm old. No! I don't think I've ever met someone with such a terrible countenance on a flight before. And that's when it hit me. You have the face of someone with money trouble. She really is making a fool of herself pursuing this line of logic. Should spare and present the piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony. What's even in this? Oh, it's a meal, drinks. All the money's all over. Good man. Good Mr. Hicks was a good man. He was a jobber. I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero. What is it now, Miss Tenero? I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What a brain blast proves motive for the murder was not the money. I think it's... okay. I think it's because this game is a little faster than Ace Attorney, because in the first original trilogy you're talking to Maya about the random stuff at the stupid crime scene, but I believe this game moves faster than that. If I may direct your attention to things thrown all over the floor, that's right, the floor is covered in bills and coinage. Oh please, it's Burgnia currency or whatever it is. By your rationale, these are the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with the killer. I think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattered everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet. Ah yes, the wallet. You also recall the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks's passport. If you were really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet. Aye. Forgive me. Please. What the heck are you saying? The attendant's wrong? The killer could be any of us. It could even be me or that guy who just appeared in frame. It could be any of us. So that guy isn't the killer. Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Am I the killer? Did I kill him and not remember? You all please be quiet. Miss Tenero? Yes. You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark. Looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. Take no offense that you thought I was the killer, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. What is it now? Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borgnian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... I said he is given the runabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well. See, you, the attendant. Yes, sir. Want this person to be under arrest till we arrive at the airport. Sir, exactly what are you hoping for? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you, please. I'd like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest till we land. You, how dare you try to waste my time? You're the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. Want to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinc LaBlanc the second. I'm a very wealthy man in Borgia. I'm not ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LaBlanc, what did you just mean just now? Pardon? When you said Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout, I have to explain. Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. Not I even have a second to waste. Time is money, as they say, yes, and yet you continue to blather on. And yes I did, I saw the victim go onto the elevator, going down to the lounge. It was exactly 6 o'clock, jobber. And that's when the significance of that time. 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Mr. Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I'd say around 6:15. Hicks was his name, and I said, man, Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. Only person in the lounge at the time was his prosecutor, yes. Bang, he caught me. Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. I'm not the killer, I'm free. Me too, I was watching a movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. La vie est bonne. Us rich people and our grape juice. I was still eating, still haven't finished, see? Did it. I don't know if they mean for that to be. I forgot what a Sega Saturn controller looks like. I don't know if it's supposed to be any console in particular. The only thing that comes close is like Saturn controller. Yeah. I know the colors is Dream, or actually I don't know what a Dreamcast looks like. Okay. Damn, look at that sundae and his baguette. Other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No complaint, I see not a single word against this, right? No way of discounting what you've put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh, so you say, but you do have what you say, the evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain what you saw enough to give testimony. Of course, I was looking at the man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little small machine the whole time. Machine? That's what people call it in English, yes? Making me crazy if they click, click, click from that description. It sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone. What the? It's gonna blow! A laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget. Hey, that noisy little machine is not a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sounds. I know what I saw. It's De Niro. Yes. Wondered if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What, you want me to examine the crime scene? If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit. Well, I don't like the sound of that fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English. It's a fox guard in the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. If I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss De Niro, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. Ah, this should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are made by the captain alone. Please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. Be right back. Now to kill him. You're not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation? Yes. Oh, please, as if OJ would contaminate evidence too. Of course not. Ah, we will see. Sir Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What unbelievable! I'm in your debt, Miss De Niro. However, there's one condition. I'm the supervisor. Can you agree to that? Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I'm still a suspect in this case. Take full responsibility. We'll watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. Hope this is a reassurance enough that there will be no foul play now that Mr. Edgeworth shall we proceed. Should you need my help with anything, please feel free to use T to talk. And I head to the scene of the crime. First floor lounge. Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc is talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator. Hey, you should probably head down to the crime scene now. Oh, damn. Hello, wench. What other... Preserve the crime scene. Afraid the elevator is not in service. First floor lounge. Take the stairs. Wench. Excuse me, I have a word with you. You there. Yeah, and if you need something, please ask Miss Road over there, okay? What the? Hey, wake up, you. Terribly sorry she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth. No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it her salary was cut so low it was in the red. Damn you, you can't just cut Gumshoe's salary. How do you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth? Come to think of it, I forgot all about it. Must have been asleep or something. I'm terribly sorry. Let me prepare you something right away. What are you apologizing for, Mr. De Niro? I failed in my professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please help yourself. If you see anything to your fancy, feel free. Ooh. I'll go take my time later after I solve this case. Thanks. Nah, I've played this before, but it was over like 14 years ago or something. Forgot when this game came out. Let's just say I may have found it then. I don't know where this game is in the series for quality, because I thought Great Ace Attorney 2 was much better than the first one. I actually think Great Ace Attorney 1 really sucked. There was like one good case and then the other ones dragged on, but 2 is much better. It's my seat, unfortunately. I didn't bring anything particularly useful for an investigation. So I'm constantly prepared for such a thing to occur. No, the first two cases of Great Ace Attorney are terrible. They're like the worst in the series. Okay. What lifesaver doing here? I bought it at the in-flight shop just beyond the lounge. Something should happen, having one save your life. I think this guy would have been better off not taking a plane to begin with. Gamer, let me see the gamer. Let me have a word with you. This steak, so much awesome. Great to hear, Ever. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I was here whole time, so wouldn't know. Eat or speak, please pick one. Munch, 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 munch. I think he chose to eat. Yes, I can hear that. Chubby boomer. Yes, how about another glass? Excuse me, I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? Sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you, I was asking the cute attendant. I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. If you need a refill, I'd be happy to bring you another glass at any time. You got it, Toots. It's no way to talk to a lady. 7:26 a.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge. Jalbert. I want to thank you for your help back there, Mr. Nero. It's nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. Just so everything's perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your stand with me hasn't changed one iota. I see, I'll bear that in mind. Received an order from the captain earlier. I wanted you to know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if you're not making progress, and when we do, we ask that you please return your seat at that time. Time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? To find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony 4 times up, I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger is accounted for his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. For business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes, and first class without a staff key card. Found no record of a key card being used at all. Means that I have a first-class killer in my hands. At least I know that much for sure. One other thing, no one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Duel. Let's get started. Where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. Crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which made me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, means the killer was around somewhere. Assassin. If you're to believe what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. Floors this elevator service, only at first and second, although it'll go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key card. Only floors accessible to passengers, first and second, huh? One resto inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. Chopper. When it's strewn all over the floor at the elevator. Guess it was all Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. Something sticking out of his pocket. Hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. Looks like I was taken inside a building somewhere. His phone's gone. Dun dun. What is this sinister looking figure on the floor here? It's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell in our in-flight shop. Bank is a limited edition, so popular we're down to our last one. We have an in-flight shop. Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. Shutter on the store is closed at the moment, but it was open to the whole flight until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? I was hanging off this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now if I could put my finger on it. Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine. And his cell phone, Mr. Nero. I guess because it's not here. Yes, the thing we safely deduced the killer took it. Before smartphones, you're mad. Anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead, yes. She's trembling all. I can't follow her on that one. There's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes. See, she's over the trauma now. A new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see, there's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? Appears to have been struck very hard. Maybe his glasses are broken. Statue of blood on lying next to the body of a man who's beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes? What is it? The way the blood is on this looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the master of the obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Or perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. Money. No grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes, making it highly unlikely Mr. Hicks entered the elevator after the turbulence. Pat him down. Pity a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been swilt at its feet. This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who's a big fan of grape juice. Sure, you'd be thrilled if you knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worship I detect? Can't fletch out beyond these shutters. We don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid we must leave them closed. Still be clues we found in this loud rain, ever vigilant. Maybe I can't look at that yet. Some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Soon was spilled during the turbulence. Let's clean up or someone might get hurt. Aha. Where's it, Mr. Edgeworth? Found some very important evidence.
Take that!
What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we both agree they're a set of footprints. So you think, yes, they belong to our killer. Maybe we should check the shoe size of everyone in first class. I don't think that'll be of any help to us. Fortunately, the prints are too smudged. It'll make it hard to get a definitive match. I see. Few copies of Sky Magazine in the magazine rack. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. And I don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as participle? Case in point. Alright, who is this? Bronze statue, the founder of Go You Airlines, Hugo Hughes. One laugh is when he was in his 40s, the other of him is when he's in his 80s. Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. Austin cannot swim this through about a turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. Terribly embarrassing. I thought it was an earthquake for a second. Practically started searching for gas valves to shut off. Gas shaking the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I know since I was unconscious most of it. Toppled over chair, another victim of the turbulence. Ah, no, look at all that grape juice stain in the back. May not look at this chair was extremely valuable, it was. Yes, used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? Can't believe you've never heard of them, they're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They add the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. That explains. I'm not really one for music of today, yes. I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later on second thought. I can already see how confusing the conversation will get. I don't get it, pal. Doesn't fit, you're mad. Sincere clear connection these two. Does it mean we're just looking for the killers? Maybe I should connect the other thing. Should there was anyone else in the lodge other than myself right before the turbulence. Killer was in the elevator along with the victim, that's a different story. I have it. I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. Prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. Proof is in the pattern, or rather the grape juice in this case. Footsteps here confess me this very fact. Someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim was dead, I need a second person. Could the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Take a look at our victim's shoes. You see the soles are spotless, which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Duh. Duh. He was a jumper, sir. What's going on over there? Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. You understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. Same level of bad as if the plane arrived late. But the movie... I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? There's no emergency. Please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I need to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet? If you'd like, I'll prove my innocence to you right now. What nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? No mistake. Not mistaken. Merely that there's room for doubt. Most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself. Finger gun. Bang. Dewey. Certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed at the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after in the lounge. Yes, I knew the only person allowed at the time must be the criminal. Yeah, Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person allowed at the supposed time of the murder was me. So my eyewitness testimony, you think you can destroy it? Then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who's having time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow and fast. Bang, bang. Certainly saw Hicks enter the elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch, yes. 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 50 minutes out in the lounge, yes. Only person lounge at the time must be the criminal. Hold it! That's the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of. No, your silly opinion is what is mistaken. Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken. Well, if it isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. Certainly has a lot of confidence in his testimony. If push comes to shove, may need the press and foreign information. Hold it! It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. That's when I found the two of them as well. You see, it all matches my testimony. And we'll start from the beginning. Hold it! Spawn, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time? Of course I saw what was inside, and you're sure the victim was in the elevator alone. Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. That outburst is a bit too important to let go. What was inside Mr. Hicks man? Time to show my prosecutor badge. Damn your smug head shake, Mr. LeBlanc. What is it? Very glaring contradiction in your testimony. What do you mean? Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, the spilled grape juice, yes, and will you admit you also spilled it with the blood? No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. The interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints. Ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. Oomph. Must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you please translate for us? Damn you, wench! Wench! Lady wench! She has the dead eyes too. Damn wench. You guys wouldn't notice because you're not looking at the eyes, but I see the dead eyes. Damn you. No way, it's totally impossible, I guess, is what he said. No way, that's totally impossible. Damn you people, she has the stupid Fate Zero eyes, the dead eyes. There was no other person there, I saw with my own eyes. You want to know what I'm thinking, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't think Mr. LeBlanc's lying to us. I suppose she's right. She doesn't seem to be lying. But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please just once more recall the details of what you witnessed for me. Dude. Very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me, and I saw clearly in the elevator he was entering, but I swear there was no one else inside. No one. Mr. LeBlanc, you please calm down. What, you dare to have an issue with my eyewitness testimony? No, not at all. Please forget I said anything yet again. He doesn't appear to be lying. Can't let this testimony stand. This is the truth. Very upset Mr. Hicks passed by my seat, always checking the time over and over again. Having to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. Hold it! He checked the time. Why are you so attentive to the time? Because something unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was given a complaint to attend about movie starting time. Return me back to me my time and money. You understand the point. Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? Movie time. It's now 6. Summary of plot and start time. Wait, it never started. It's supposed to show license to love, laugh, maim, and murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. Looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible to not miss it. Even set my pocket watch to a destination time when I came aboard. My watch is not wrong. I watched the match schedule. The movie is still late. Very, very late. Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about if that's alright. We don't want to see what not started, so I checked my pocket watch many times. So this movie you mentioned is the one listed in the Sky magazine. Yes! So looking forward to watching License, Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. Senior, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident? Nonsense, you doubt me. No, stop pointing at me like that. Odd. How do you miss a movie that I was clearly hoping to see? Tried my pocket watch a great number of times, that I know for sure. Watch set to destination time. Always set it when I board display. You're sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc? Of course, a very busy man. I'm immediately busy when I land. I have many places to go all the time to waste adjusting my pocket watch. I see that was a very valuable statement you just made. Huh. Flatter me all you want, but I will not get 1 cent out of me. Well, it's alright. All it requires is this piece of testimony. Follow that man. Yes. All times shown and correspond to our departure time zone. Objection! Oh, you said this just now in your testimony. So I've watched destination time when I came aboard. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth 6 cents. I'd like you to take a look at this. I actually want to know how far off his clock is because, yes, if this is LA, we can't be overseas by 1 hour. We're going to LA, sir. The just Sky magazine clocks in this flight time run in accordance with the time of departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule is also created with that in mind. Miss Tenure, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right, it was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhengfa. Well, we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time, so right now we're still running on Borjnian time. What? Time difference between Borjna and our destination is 9 hours. I'm like trying to think. I'm trying to think if it's in LA that it could be. In that case, only natural watch to be out of sync with the schedule. Further, if you're an analog watch set to our destination's time, appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the onboard clocks. Oh, here we go. It changes everything about your testimony, and you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. Light of this information means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. Me. 1,000,000 cents. Clear up all the remaining accusations. Basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. Its time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question is now, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time? What was he doing? I got something to say. And you are? Miss Booba. I'm Camille Meal. I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in a seat at 5 a.m., you know. What? How can you be so sure of the time? That's right, he pushed his call button while we were parked in the transfer point. While making a brief stop, the refuel transfer car to Republic of Zenfab between 4 and 5 a.m. Asked all passengers remain on board at time, thank you for your cooperation. The stop we made for refuel and transfer at Zenfab. 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. Yeah, because if Miles is going to his office, which is in LA, it doesn't make sense for this flight. So I don't know if they ever fix that in the English translation, because obviously he doesn't go to LA, because it wouldn't make any sense to fly over Zhengfa, which I'm assuming is in Southeast Asia. Yeah, so obviously there's no reason for them to fly to LA. Obviously they're going to Japan. During that time, did any passengers leave or did any new ones board this flight? No, not a single person got off or on in Zhengfa. What about the flight crew? Few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gone on or off, but eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. Basically, I assume no one left or got on since her initial takeoff. Interesting, I should keep that in mind. I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when he took off again at 5 a.m. Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m. What time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here as soon as we left the Republic of Zenfa. Oh, you were here the whole time from 5? Yes. And you were the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in the lounge the entire time 5 a.m. onwards? Fortunately, yes. Then how do we explain the footprints? Is that not obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him, then he put the corpse into the elevator. That's when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but at that time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor. It does not matter, because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge. Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? What, do you have another idea? Some feel there is something out of place in the scenario presented. Someone tie this to a crime scene somewhere else.
Take that!
Murder weapon, this little piggy bank sold at the in-flight shop. So there and only there, not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Such a trivial point only means you prepared it, taken it from the shop before coming. It doesn't prove you're innocent at all. Nyeh. Is there no way to win with this man? If I may. What is it? You see? Well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. What do you know this so well? Well, it's just that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m. Isn't that just before we hit the patch of turbulence? That's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence. Yes, I was. Come to think of it, Mr. Miss Tenira, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. What is beyond that door, Monkus? What's behind the door? That's the flight attendant's room. And you were on the first floor. Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in flight attendant's room. I went to the shop first and went to the flight attendant's room. You're saying you passed by me at some point. Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you're reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by. I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know. Hey, Case, I believe it's clear the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then? What is it now? Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten, but I've already asked him for permission to search the entire plane, so I think we're all right. Huh, that's weird. What is? Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. Rat jam. What is the meaning of this, Miss Teniro? Means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't, and yet here you are. You flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? Captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. But don't worry, I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Miss Tenira, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I'll be your guide from now on. Something about Miss Tenira has piqued my curiosity, but right now investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. I'm really bad. You better hurry and bring me some evidence. You could wait just a little long while we look in the shop. Don't number the birds before they're born. Don't number the what? I have no idea what he's trying to say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps. All I ask is your patience, cooperation. 832. 50% off sales. It's the in-flight shop. Quite a mess in here. You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then, tee-hee. Hold on, you can't clean up a potential crime scene? Oh, thank goodness, I hate cleaning so much. Mustn't rush things here, must remain cool, calm, and collected. This piggy bank was left at the crime scene. Very good chance the killer had paid this place a visit. So display case roll of lifesavers and life vests for sale. We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. People buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? Since this shop is one shop away from being sued. What are these? Oh, those are a company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, what you try, then buy. No way, either way, it doesn't really matter. True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they boarded a plane? Anyway, see that? Look at all the Captain Hugo heads pinned on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? Pinned out with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? Certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Oh yeah, I guess there's no fooling your refined taste. You look like you really wanted to get one, and I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, though. I never showed any interest in it to begin with. Tee-hee, really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Teniro designed this. Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Ha, sharp like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. Really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so bleh. Miss Teniro designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I've expected. Ah. You okay? Dun dun. Fine, please watch yourself, Miss Smeel. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. I'll put it back. Dun dun. Wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I'd suggest? So I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Alright, how about you buy some for me then, as a present? Can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything, but I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying attention to me when I ask you something, then we'll talk. It's because the second suitcase has the wedges, but this one doesn't, so it's Sasuke Uchiha. All kinds of luxury name brand merchandise sold in this display case, and they're lined up with such a manner as to scream by me as any passers-by. Stuffed toys just like the one Miss Meals holding are on display here. Relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. Great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? Glass from the display case door shattered all over the floor, and it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat? Beautiful flowers, beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, excuse me. What if I got stuck at this part originally? Or maybe I have to talk to her. I don't know much about this shop. You can still ask me about whatever. What do you think about what's happened regarding this case? I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer though, Mr. Edgeworth. I can assure you that I'm here in the shop to prove just the opposite. Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around. You know? Don't forget that, okay? Am I supposed to thank you properly? Insist on falling asleep. Well, you know what? Really show your thanks? You see that I'm for sale there? Sorry, you're gonna have to make your words appreciation. I would have said this piggy bank was in the shop, right? You find her a tiny bit suspicious. I don't think I'd say either way yet. Not enough evidence convinced me she was lying about anything back there. You sure about that? I don't have the hat. Oh, I guess I have to do this thing for the hat to be evidence. I should show her the badge. Hat used to be on the piggy bank, so let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does that mean that the killer broke the glass to get it? Eh, really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop. I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. Come on, how should I know anything? Sense that further inspection of display case is needed. I'll show you this. Oh, I'd love to have this piece of jewelry. Can I have it? No, you may not. This is a prosecutor's badge. Pooey, then why did you show it to me? I wanted to prove to you that I really am a prosecutor and that it's not possible for a prosecutor like me to commit such a crime as... See that I'm just wasting my time with Cousin Hare here. Won't rush to inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. Glass door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer broke it in order to take the piggy bank. Bit odd the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus the glass broke rather cleanly. What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger. Hurts, Mr. Edgeworth, it hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. Security, there's a lock on this display case. Mio, if I may ask you about this lock. The one who's in charge of the shop, Miss Rhoda, so she's got the keys for all the display cases, I see. I bet you want to buy something. You want me to get the key from her? No, that's alright. This is the same man as one portrayed by statues around the elevator. That's a paperweight of the founder of Go You Airlines. He was on the bottom shelf of the cute one, the middle one shelf is a realistic one, and the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral. Are you sure about that? Let me guess, you just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. There's definitely something very unusual about this. About what? Killer had broken the glass to get at the cap in the Ugo bank. Should be shards of glass inside the case itself. I see, I guess it'd be like that. No, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope, no there isn't. Which means the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. So much glass all over the floor. Willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at the time too. Eh? That's nice. It's made to believe. Killer took the Captain Ugo bank from here after the turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Mail. Listen when I'm talking. Well, murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as a murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon, it's fake? Yes, at this point, that's a very real possibility. Then what if the killer went to take Captain Ugo? They broke the glass by accident. Display case is lost, so it's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? It's Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. It's Rhoda Tenero, huh? Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell you, Miss Mio, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Well, sure, they totally ooze strange, like the color and such. It's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth, sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? Guess they take after the creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mio. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I was sure to find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Closer inspection really are quite hideous. Yeah, I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said. Pepe hens. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? Spotted something that's not quite right. What's unusual about this suitcase?
Take that!
Something very peculiar about these wheels. Huh, as in, there are no stoppers in place of these. Without stoppers, one would think the turbines would have sent it flying, and? So it's very likely the suitcase was placed here after we hit the turbulence. Take a closer look at it. Oh, it's just the wheel is completely covered in something. Colored in a scent, it appears substance questions grape juice. Why would there be grape on the wheel of this suitcase? Appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look what's inside. Piece of cloth. It's soaked with blood. It's blood. Ah, panic! Appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to a murder after all. So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say the killer used this suitcase in some manner, such as to move something perhaps. Yeah, but aren't you just talking about the cloth then? That alone is too small. Larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. I believe the killer used transport. And, you wouldn't need a suitcase for Smell. Wake up. Oh, that's wrong. Did you say something just now, Edgeworth? I mean, I don't know, but I don't think that's it. I'll just seeing if you're awake. Our expedition begins now. Is it really the body? Christ, his body's that thin. Oops. Something that would fit inside a suitcase, also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Yeah. But by night of this, say Mr. Hicks was moved in the elevator from someplace else. Means the murder was committed in an entirely different location. Dun dun, the dead eyes. Don't look at me, demon! So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing, just that. I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. That rat, excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. The captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments, however, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. I must stop and I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. Found proof the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. Now, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. Finn. It's not Finn, sir. Finn. (1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. Life is good. Now, once we landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. Thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. Just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk to Miss Tenero in private. I left wondering just what was she up to. Why did she do what she did? Must be a way for me to continue my investigation. Expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. What? It's you. C'est toi. Francisca, I thought you were still in Germany. The Germans. I go where I'm needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. Does it ever age yet? No. Her name is Francisca von Karma. Daughter of my mentor Manfred Karma. Shield myself as a prosecutor. Oh, I can be right back while you guys jam out to this tune. Alright. Be right back. New. She's pretty born, honestly. And then go up. Daughter, my mentor, Manfred von Karma, she, like myself, is a prosecutor. You're heading up this case. A bit of relief if you are. You try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. What? Quite frustrating, actually. I'd hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. Never thought I'd see the day. And to decipher where the House of Ankarn would become a criminal, have you no shame? Oh please, your dad's a criminal. Big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. Misunderstanding. Wait, let me see again. There we go. 19. Daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma, became a prosecutor at age 13. Was in Germany. The Germans. Heard about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor, then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. And my own creed which I must fulfill, why don't we solve this together? After you go, the crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gamshuwata! Yes, sir! Too slow. Sorry. Listen up, I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Heck, yes, sir, understood, sir. Just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? And if you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth. Sir, boy, my God, see you're okay. Thank you, detective. Believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious what Francisca's up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. Besides the turbulence, they're really not all that bad of a mode of transportation. Hey, Lunchland, not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own brand shops. What should I go with? I recommend our airport special. World Flags lunchboxes, only available. What are those Lunchables by Mr. Beast? Only available for a limited time. Variety of lunchboxes made to look like different countries' flags. I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market. Yeah, it was in first class for me. I was quite shaken by the whole affair. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. Must have been pretty scary. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I think something just fell out of your pocket. Huh? What are you... Good? So did something fall out or not? I don't know. Get a good look, sir. It doesn't concern you. Don't worry about it. My prosecutor badge of all things. Gumshoe must never know that I dropped it. But scratch. Yeah, how's the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office and we're taking statements now, sir. Sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. Say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. Somehow when I got here, Swan Karma's already barking all orders at everyone. It's kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something. They come in advance to wait your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. Oh, please. Oh, give me a fucking break. In America. Oh, yeah, the America. Right, whenever we want to go to America from Norja or whatever the fuck, we fly over China. Then we go over the Pacific. Yes, America. Yes, whenever I want to fly from Europe to America, I always want to go over, you know, the Pacific and Asia. Okay. Such a dumb flight. Must be some backstory to all of this. Yeah, Miss Von Carter just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads who are related to a certain incident. No details. Kind of top secret, so you can't talk about it even with me, sir. Oh, is that this? Oh, the samurai guy. Oh, it was the guy with the ponytail. I wonder the only type of talk she likes to do is her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective, although I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's all about the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, high time to resume my investigation. Starting with the talking to people involved in this case afresh. The captain. Second floor, 137. So you must be the captain. Yes, I am. Who might you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor Francisca von Carmen. I have a few questions for you. Now, don't you dare, Captain, get friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? Only always for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear Captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask Captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. And I like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip. What's that envelope? See here, sorry, I'm sorry, how long you intend to hold me? Impossible for me to be criminal, I told you. Sir LeBlanc, it's you. Tell this man to stopping me from going. Time is money, I don't have even 1 second wasteful time to spend. You finished taking a statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. Not concerned if you're not done examining the cargo, I want my cargo back. This cargo. A single scratch on my art you will pay. Or what sort of art? Splon's an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statue, I saw all kinds of arts. Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It looks like that other piece of cloth. Miss LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's Borgian cloth. As I suspected, your hat's made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course, fabric so famous, orders come from all over the seas for more. And this is the cargo you were talking about earlier. No, my cargo is this time is much many gigantic. You, detective, when I have my cargo moved. You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. Your stubbornness of you police is no good. No good, the attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room too. That attendant, I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. Does he have some use for no? You see, not understand no time away, so you put it another way. Le temps, c'est l'argent. There, maybe another language will get to your head. The time, it's urgent. I understood you perfectly fine in English. What do you mean by that, attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She's taken the attendant's room for her interview, and they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taken up so much time? Now, as Edgeworth, you're given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances, I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't put a wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Duel. Francisca's logic. Let's not complicate things. Go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in this very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likely suspect. Huh. Likely a suspect, Francisca. You have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you use such a vague word, and you're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. I want to continue my investigation. I have to break your line of logic fast. Of the most obvious conclusion, seen a crime was here in a very lounge. Body was discovered. Now, Francisco, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? No, all I need to know in order to arrest you and nothing more. Are you saying there's more I need to know? Jack, why did you whip me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped. Francisco doesn't have all the facts of this case yet. Appear that you did not have all the information needed after all. What does that mean? Found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. Piece that proves the body was moved from a different location. Dude. Knee. Oh, it's pressured. Killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body. Meaning that real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all. Now who is one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excusez-moi. All he did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. Could be the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. It's bad you'd come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Avon Karma is perfect in every way. Did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point? As if there's proof of that. Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around? I'll just use this one. Spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged a suitcase through here? Mark here, wouldn't you say that looks suspicious like tracks on two wheels? I suppose further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. Glad you've come to your senses. Stop linking different emotes. I can't give every emote that you guys link. Okay, I saw the fridge booba. No more emotes. No more, not clicking on any more of them. Alright. Denied. Request denied. Prepare yourself, required to piggyback before the plane hit the turbulence. Then you wait for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Damn, Mauser. You just had to keep digging, Francisca. Then while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence that flew the body from within the suitcase. No way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you'd taken it from. Pretended to be the discoverer of the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought on the fly. What are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I suppose the flaws in our logic in one fell swoop. I just have required to piggyback before the plane hit the turbulence. Oh. I didn't suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case. I recall the case was locked. That's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass like this. Ah, you shattered my heart of glass. So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop in Count Ugo Bank, does she? That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon. That's how we're supposed to show the glass.
Hold it!
Thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge. Huh, I thought you'd say that. What? Did you think I wouldn't have noticed? So you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood splatter in the lounge by accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it. Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now? We'll see, won't we? Forensic scientists are hard at work as we speak. And what do you propose I did after that? While you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase. So I put the victim's body in the suitcase, and then where was I headed, Francisca? Pretty obvious, you were bringing it to first class where you could safely keep an eye on it. Talking about this thing, you know, I'd hardly call it discreet or ordinary. You're an annoying brat. Well, then you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. Fortunately for you, a wrench was thrown in your plans because, yes. It turbines out flew the body from the suitcase. No way out, you just put the suitcase back where you'd taken it from, yes. Reasonably sound, and the large majority of it reflects the truth. But there's one point about it that is not quite right. Did I not have the evidence for that? Oh wow. Hold it! Experienced turbulence on a flight before. Of course, many times you get used to it after a while. The patch we had was especially rough, and I passed out briefly only for a second. Good thing it was only for a sec, sir. It'd been bad if you really blanked out. Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking was exactly what got me in this mess in the first place. Enough your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth. No way out yet is to put the suitcase back where you came from. Hold it! If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be so easily caught? You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now. Yeah. I have to find a contradict fast or I won't have much of my own hide left to save. I have to say you are looking rather caught right now. Tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge and pretended to be discovered the body. I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body. I suppose that's true, huh? So then you are yielding my statements. Don't be foolish. I still insist you were the killer, but in that sense you really were the first to discover the body to be dead. No matter what I say, she seems dead, so I'm making me out to be the killer. Oh, it says it on the thing. I was looking for the display case evidence, but I guess it's just on that. In fact, you took this piece of evidence into account for your testimony to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic, essential to us that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. What if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? What, a Von Karma forgery? A fake? This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. Nanny. Timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important, and it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. Then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did three things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator. Miles is dead there. Killer brought suitcase to the shop, left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up off the floor. He's still dead. Miles, bench. Took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. And kicked my body. Well, it was placed on my personage in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. You there, Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? Didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. The remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, appears your stall tactics are an end. Possible it's hidden somewhere, sir. Eek. The criminal had wanted to hide a weapon in a safer place. I'd think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means the real murder weapon is either still in the murderer's personage or is still at the real crime scene. One more possibility that would be the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door, and it was at that time the glass pane in the door was broken. Say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case. Francisca, the person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. Person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is a sin of lying. Speaking of which, recall that you also wish to speak with her, yes. Very well, permission granted, but only if I sit down on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? No intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tennier is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. We can finally see the flight attendant's room for the first time this game. What's in that room? What's in the basement? It's a pretty whatever room. 223, first floor, flight attendant's room. You're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's menu is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Hi. Miss Tennier. Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed light on why you did what you did? Alright. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk by looking. I'm almost certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Miss Tennier. Ew, this bottom one's a giant mess. You slobbing, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? There are some things life best kept to yourself, detective. So these are the attendant's lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly have you permission to search through the attendant's lockers? Wait, detective, it would be uncouth for us to look in a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, if you have this murderous draft, and I can sense a whip not far behind. Yeah, but scratch. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I'd be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seemed to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really, you were able to prove your innocence. Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tennier, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. Why were you there? While I... And why just sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes. Came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. Sorry, there isn't much else to tell. Miss Tennier claims no reason other than duty to go to the shop, but is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. Please take a look at this front. Oh, I forgot to get rid of the badge. Oh, that suitcase. About this suitcase, you're the one who designed it, correct? I think I figured something else out about it. Suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Wait, please tell me more about the suitcase. Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I designed were selling. I know that as a service professional I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. I was glad to see that was the last one there. Well, last one there. Well, time to do my badge. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't know how to answer you. It's a professional flight attendant. I'm a failure. Must be warned from the long question session went on through. So you're saying, Miss Tennier, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes. They're just so popular they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Well, then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. And you say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. Really suits you. Guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is, how should I put this? It's hideous. What? Oh. Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcases in the design, so a number of them remaining. There were 2 suitcases in the inflight shop when I investigated it too, but that's impossible. Sure, there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction when I left the shop. Positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. Could be meaning of this inconsistency. Any? What about Miss Tenero? What is one of those suitcases doing here? I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. 1200. It's used a long time, I think not. Tenero, I appreciate if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me. Don't believe even for 1 second you used this for a very long time. What proves it hasn't been used in a very long time. Yes, Tenero, is also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase. Yes, it's like putting a sticker on your cap, see? So everyone knows it's new. What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. And the suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag's still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. The person who bought the suitcase was... I was gonna say gumshoe. This is the person who bought the suitcase. Sorry, but I don't understand your line of logic at all. Could you explain why you chose to finger that person? If that's how you're gonna play this, then I'll admit I was wrong. Instead of basking in your great admission, perhaps you spend more time thinking. Neat. Suitcase on sale in flight shop.
Take that!
Was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say it, it's the suitcase that you designed. It hasn't sold very well, has it? No! You saw how poorly this design you poured your heart into was selling, and you were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? And the reason you went to the shop, came back here was... I'm sorry, all I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something, Pepe's. Suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? Well, because it's, as you put it, hideous. Can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either. We weren't selling a single one. They were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them here day in, day out. So decide to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight. I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, here's my receipt for that purchase. Jeez. This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m. Truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Tears in my eyes. Tina, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. And the suitcase the killer used could very well come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases too? Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? The suitcases are meant to be faithful partners or passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Miss Tina, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? Only other way is through that door there. And what about security? That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special keycard only crew members have access to, which means the culprit is someone who can enter this room. Eliminating the passengers, leaving only crew members as potential suspects. Can't believe it. Yes, Francisca, going on these wild goose chases. You're a disgrace to Von Carmine. What do you mean by that? Suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. And that's which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. As Edgeworth, you're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, it's the only realistic possibility. The other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say. Francis got information on Miss Meal. In order to make the elevator go down the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. Different one. Yes, the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. Ah. What is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times. Please show us that card right now. Yes, hold on. I don't believe it. It's wrong. Key card, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you were just trying to hide it from us. Really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. Tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Sir Edgeworth. Peace. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francisca, I know that you are the lead investigator in this case, however. Hold it, don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. To be continued. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, let's go get sushi for lunch. Oh, it says cargo hold, huh? Wee! So big! Yay, it's big. It's 10 times bigger than my house. My one-room apartment. Plane is a special model. It has both super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So is this the real scene of the murder? Certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're here, correct? Let's get investigating, sir. Just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. Elevator's currently stopped on the first floor, detective. It can't move. Oh yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special keycard. Both the door and the attendant's room and the elevator control panels require a keycard. It makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. Sorts of boxes piled up here. One says flammable and this one says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. What kind of operation is this airline running? What's with the suitcase, pal? It's the victim check. What? The victim checked in. A suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think we mind if we took a closer look. I've got an ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file. There's a photo of Miss Von Carm in it, sir. Looks like a profile on Francisca. Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? Oh, suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like all-you-can-use suitcase fare. There must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. Ones companies plan to dispose of after the flight is over. Paint job's really cool, don't you think? Practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it'll bring you much happiness. Think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200! Think I'll pass. Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. No, it definitely looks like one is missing. Huh? What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? Bunch of glass fragments. Glasses? Keeping track of this many piece card, it must be very taxing on the card crew. Sure bring back memories when I worked part-time mover, sir. Look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of his story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. So we can safely conclude these fragments from a pair of glasses. The victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses, exactly what I was thinking. Sure, the shards would match up perfectly with remnants of his glasses lenses. Look, the victim was here as I suspected. Saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir. Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you immediately began the direct investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. Something much more urgent we should be dealing with right now. Don't waste my time or yours. Following a very large, involved governmental level of international crime. It's much too large for one person to take on alone. Decided that I would perform a joint investigation with Interpol. Interpol is involved. Top secret operation, really can't tell you any more than I already have. Didn't know this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. Things as tall as 2 of you on top of each other, sir. It'd probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity. What, really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. Really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, detective. Have you noticed anything strange happen around here? No, sir, I haven't noticed a thing. Not sure he meant to sound so oblivious. Why did Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisco? Oh, I know, I bet he's a big fan of his one. Karma started, idiot! Francisco said she'd come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol agent Hicks. I think Francisco has some explaining to do. Not Hicks. Came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense, what are you talking about? Found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? Should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. Looks like they got him to him first. Really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then. Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He was a jobber who went undercover to investigate this crime, and it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he'd landed, but I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. He was a jobber. I think I have a pretty definitive evidence. Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. What was he doing down here, sir? It's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase, came down to get it. Oh. Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason of that, I'm sure. I'm sure he's here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisco, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed, I see. This raises another question. Normal passengers can't access the cargo hold on their own. Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and then entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, he was murdered here. Glasses, fragments, and a broken glass are a testament to that, and then... Killer put Agent Hicks in one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator. While they were riding it up, turbulence, spoofs. Plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. Same time his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Jobber. Spins out, there's money scattered all over the elevator floor. Jobber. I think it's pretty easy to say the culprit is at this stage, though. What, really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. Dude. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold, but the point to keep in mind is the keycard allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I don't know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain as simple as that. Yes, he has to say sir or else he gets whipped. Or maybe you guys would purposely not say sir then. Any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. Want to keep in mind, his key card allows the elevator to come down here. Look.
Hold it!
Might be true then. It could be anyone, including Miss Me, or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider cropping in, much like Scruffy over there. Yeah. Can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe doesn't always need a guide in hand. Very well, what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? I thought you might ask about her. Point the keycard. Mine is keycard to come down here. Highly likely keycard was stolen from Miss Teniro. It's highly likely. It's a possibility the best can come off. You call yourself a disciple of my father. Yeah, well, I don't have any evidence. You're quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Teniro, you know. Not just the keycard gives her away. Talking about the murder weapon, that Captain Ugo piggy bank. Yeah, she's also the only person with key to open the display case. Key to display that held the murder spank. Now that is a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that it's just a red herring. You must keep on insisting it's a fake. And what is a real murder weapon? Where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know what? We've been searching the entire cargo hold, came up empty-handed. We have the most elite police officers on duty. What about the glasses, you bums? Must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as a murder weapon. It should be examined further up to ascertain the authenticity of the weapon. To examine the crime scene in more detail, we might turn up the murder weapon if we search all the cargo and luggage. I think I hadn't thought of that. Even now we're searching through them. We haven't found anything that even closer resembles a murder weapon. Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy. Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy. Yes, sir. Got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I think I remember the end of this, so I know what it is, but... They're still doing the autopsy. It said that they already know one thing for sure. Report now. Doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back, he was beaten over such a wide area. Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's... Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir, but scratch, we'll figure it out. Completely useless. Dude, yo. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there. Move yourself from my way. What's all that racket? My luggage and my cargo, they're fine, and demand you return them to me. They're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand, I have a little patience. So there's no choice. Finally, I think you gave. Hey, what are you? You've left me no choice but to use strong force. Arg, you won't get past me. Boof. This is, wait, that's it. Brain blast, so that's what the whole thing's been about. But it is a matter of the key to display case had the murderous bank. After all, you know, we've searched the entire cargo and came empty-handed. Brain blast. Doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Oops, wrong one. Oops, I was trying to examine the perfect line of logic. Wait. I vaguely remember what it is, but I'm not connecting the dots. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising over such a wide area. Is that really the correct conclusion drawn from the evidence? A bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back. Continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. That's the case, and the pig bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out, but so far we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was that about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Francisca? What? What do you want? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. Did? Really jumped. Shut up, Gumshoe. We didn't realize until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should check up on him, sir. Shut up, Gumshoe. I'm about to finish the case. He's dying, sir. Help him. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. This comes from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. And if you really are a prosecutor, you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? He's dead. The art dealer's dead. Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. Oh, it's that this is the real weapon. Oh, we don't get to that part yet. What is this supposed to mean, you fool? That was practice just now for when I would show you the real weapon. Why don't we add practice to weapons to your routine as well? Whoops. Nee. There's a wide bruise running from the victim's shoulder down to his mid-back. Maybe I should be focusing on what could cause such a large bruise in one strike. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased that which cause Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal. Forgive me, I do believe I've figured out its real cause of death. Victim fell from a great height, subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free fall into the ground. He fell to his death, yes. It's the only plausible possibility. The victim was extensively bruised on the back of his head and his back. The rational explanation for these injuries is fell to his death. The murder happened inside this plane, I know. You claiming there is some place in this plane which he could have fallen from. Said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean. Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs in this very cargo hold. What? Then, Control may have a second death on our hands, sir. No! Did you tell me you're dead, pal? Like the cop doesn't even care either. No! Why are you screaming? He's alive! There you have it, Miles Edgeworth. If it's not possible, Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. Man, it's living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances. Wow. Current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? It would have been a Borgian pancake for sure, sir. Suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. Reality is cargo box is there. There's no point in entertaining wild hypothetical scenarios. Maybe there now, but there's no proof it was always there. How? As if there could have been a window of time when this giant box was not there. There was. What? You fueled in Republic of Zhengfan. Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhengfan in order to refuel. That wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred on the plane at that time? Further to prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. It's labeled Zhengfa Express. Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Now what if the box in question was also loaded at the same time? It would mean that the box was not in the cargo during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the flight, making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Theory's still very far-fetched, and allow me to chance prove how likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. It's a very large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. A lift red statue. Never heard of it. Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Let's get investigating, sir. Okay, do you want to go touch my possession without my permission? Ah, don't rush up on me like that, pal. Belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? Should see what else I can find out from him. Shit, I don't know if we'll be able to finish this right before Age of Pathology. Take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. Olive red statue worth 10 million cents, no, maybe much more. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? Yes, you stopped trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, detective. Darn, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. And Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Well, Blonde, there's a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. We're wondering if you could allow us to examine it a bit closer. Very valuable piece of art. No, there will be no touching. What's he gonna pay him before he'll comment on this? Just destroy my brain if I fail. Well, it's something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue is brought on board and zing fast. I can question a bit further. About your statue, Mr. Blanc, I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How dare you say my art is fake? I suspect that your statue might be on the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Thieves would not dare. Certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certificate document? Mr. Zinklebon, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says plain as day, cargo is put on the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue is brought aboard in Europe just as it states in his certificate. No, that's... Which means there never was a window of time which the statue wasn't sitting there. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount theory until I see a statue for myself. You can have your wish, look at it yourself and see that I might. Yes, I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Aleph Red. Gives us such a feeling of art. Practically smell it. The statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at the museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. 10 million cents. Get a closer look as warranted here. And this Aleph Red statue, huh? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Find something. There's something wrong with this picture. Should examine in more detail. These eyes made of some sort of gem. That's a real nice shade of orange. For a sec, I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Kind of remind me of the eyes of the stray cat that lives near my house. The eyes supposed to be this color. Is it possible the statue is a fake? So I've seen this somewhere before. No wonder this thing is worth 10 million cents. Call it sparkle, sir. I wouldn't call it sparkling detector. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. Eureka! These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, and pretty to remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. Shut up, Gumshoe. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do. It's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Shut up! Shut up, damn you! Oh, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Sir, they're red. As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc, what do you want? You know I'm busy, man. I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. Yeah, left red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? As biggest trophy in the European trip. You know why I wanted to possess this statue? Trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. It sounds like this is going to be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, regret to inform you of my heartfelt sympathy, but what is that? Sympathy? For what? You'll see, I'd like you to compare the eyes. The large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo. Why sell them yellow now? Oh! Photo of the statue displayed in a museum in Europe. Noir. Now you see, Mr. LeBlanc, the statue before us is a fake. A fake? I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof that this was brought aboard in Zhengfa. Present you with evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Can't be able to tell this was a fake from a single glance here. I knew right away that its eyes were a different color than the ones in the photo. Yes, unlike a certain detective who needs to try a little harder. That just fake means it was swapped with the real one at some point. What's this? Such looks like it's stepping all over the neighbor's cloth cover. It kind of resembles its owner altitude in a sense. Ho ho. What do you say now? Further, my clothing item is not being stepped on by anyone. Too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Forgive the trespass of my subordinate. I forgive if it trespasses unless it's expensive dress, you keep it. We might be missing Age of Empires at this rate. Now that Fred's a fake, the art dealer isn't looking too happy about it either, sir. Get to the bottom of this forsake well, it's mine. Whatever they here. Zhengfa Express in the cloth, sir. Something's tugging on the corner of my mind as if something's out of place. Not to lose HP for this. Contradiction. What do you think, Detective? Really suspicious looking, sir. Oh, maybe I have to do it on the left. Okay. Of course, sir. Because if it was loaded in Europe, yes, then it would never be on top of the Zhengfa, but I guess it has to be this evidence. Or maybe I missed. Fuck. Okay, wrong evidence. Oh no, oh, is this, fuck. Nah, it was this evidence, I'm pretty sure. Clear contradiction here, what are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck on another piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible. It is, it shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Suppose a neighboring piece of cargo is brought aboard in Zhengfa. There is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. It means this fake statue was smuggled aboard in Zhengfa. And what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of a flight? There's only one reason why. Secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. Could have just easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true, however you have it backwards, Francisca. Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down in the cargo hold. Suppose he found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, suspicion would naturally fall on the statue's owner. He would have no way to prove this statue was switched without his knowledge, which means there is someone involved who's forging or modifying cargo certificates. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to finish. Fuck, it's Age of Mythology, but it's almost the end, but I forgot how long this part is. Guess victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? That's why this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof the smuggling taking place. Came down to take a picture of the cargo hold, a rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. Photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all we have to do is hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly, this only goes to prove my theory. The statue was on the cargo hold during the Europe Zhengfa leg of the trip. It would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer Booth. Move this statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now, yeah, I think we may have to stop, but we'll see. Go on, car, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After I think the last part of this case we could finish it, but yeah, it's the duel against the killer. I'm pretty sure, if I recall. We're gonna lift statue out of the way. Test the area underneath luminol, and there was a reaction, so we could just like delay mythology for. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the last part of this is 30-ish minutes to face the opponent. Yeah, there's not many mythology players here, so we'll just wait. Reaction luminol indication there's blood in that spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct. After all, I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. How do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up the blood?
Take that!
Killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. See, they need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zingfa, yes, because otherwise cargo crew would have discovered it during the layovers. This guy was a jobber. He thought he was an elite agent, but he got killed in a dumb way. You guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zingfa? No other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder, but if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony in the doubt. Murder occurred before we landed in Zingfa. This becomes highly suspect. Got Miss Mio's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard when he departed Zingfa. Saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but totally contradicts the facts, sir. Why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person going to answer that is Miss Mio herself. Yeah, I think this is the finale part. You fight her in one final duel, Booba versus Londale. Miss Mio. Miss Mio. Nah, the next cases are much longer, so I think you guys said case 5 is really long. Recall what you said earlier about when you answered some service calls that we were departing from Zingfa. Huh? Said Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zingfa. Oh, Kami Mio. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Mio. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Mio, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span from just before it landed at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Duel. His alibi. Oh, yeah. From 3 to 4 hours, I'm in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Oh, yeah. From 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Oh, well, that's a dumb one. How's a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Mio, wake up. Yay. Hey, well, she fell asleep again. Only way I'm gonna be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Oh, yeah. Wait, let me press that one.
Hold it!
I think usually the first one has more dialogue, even if it's like not correct. Mio, wake up. I'm awake, I'm awake. The smiles Edgeworth, I demand you do something about this flight attendant, this incident. Why ask me to wake her up when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use? Flight attendant's room by my lonesome. Yeah, oh yeah.
Hold it!
Miss Mio, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up! Yeah, I'm awake, I'm awake. Why'd you whip me for, sir? Oh, what did I miss? Poor detective be on the receiving end of a lash in your stead. Really? Sorry about that. You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony. So we were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, that's a contradiction. Pop to say hi. What should I do? Raise an objection? Miss Mio, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. What are you talking about? It's not possible you're alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. Wonder if you'd be so kind to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Ah, receipt for what? It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero brought. I don't know if it may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Tenero. Yes? Now, why is the killer here? I thought you'd have locked her up by now. I request that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Dun dun, time for evil, booba. See, you guys can never trust the big ones. Dun dun. Now to Miss Tenero between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m. Took a trip from the first class down to the first floor in flight shop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase, after which I went straight to the attendant's room to drop it off. Did you see Miss Meal in there at that time? No. So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? It's Cabby Meal. Well, at the bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. I was taking a big dump, you know. Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true. Yeah, it's the truth. Cross my heart. Taking a big fat load. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? Please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out? Look, I know you suspect me because I'm one of the crew, but you'd think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know? If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. You are under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape. Edgeworth is gay, damn you. Never mind. Well, you want to know something. Miss Rhoda actually kind of likes. I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design. Now's not the time for this sort of talk. Reason for suspicion. You're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. I think maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know? That's what makes her super suspicious. Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes, huh? But why? Miss Tenero is busy with the passengers, all the other duties. You have a lot of free time on your hands. That's providing you with ample time to commit the crime. Well, as Edgeworth demand that you cease and desist in this line of conjectural question and will allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer. Yeah, but I do not honestly believe Miss Meal does any actual work aboard this flight. That's not true, Mr. Edgeworth, although, well... Miss Meal, it's very unladylike to push suspicion on someone else. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very sus. There you go, pushing everything onto her again. I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh? The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head.
Hold it.
What are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. But I spend so much time in there, might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth Kim is very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English, especially those who speak Borgian. She's the only one on this flight who's fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yes, I'm really good at Borgian. She's fluent in Borgian. Suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borgian. Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borgian. Very interesting. Damn Borgians.
Objection.
Damn, it's time for some mouths of smug look. You're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borgian. Is that correct? I forgot how long it's been since we actually saw Phoenix on the stream. Because there was when the, was it 2016? Whatever the Ace Attorney 6 was. Because, yeah, you only get to see Great Ace Attorney. So you only get to see whatever the other guy is and Mao. Yeah, so we haven't seen Phoenix actually in a long time. Oh yeah, I guess so. So you brought in Borgia for a while. That's the case, and the signature on this document. Belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. Leblanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borgian is you, Miss Mew. Oh no, is her boobs gonna pop? Is that her evil sprite? Dun dun. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Aleph Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you. Oh no, she's on what the? Because I wouldn't dare dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. What the? Her eyes are alive now. It's her bond. It's exactly as you say. Are you confessing having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really, all you did was sign it. I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded on the plane properly. So sorry about that. Seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight. Suppose, and this is just supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that. If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding the smuggling ring, and just when he was about to close, then he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda's the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. What? She's attacking with bubble attack. Perhaps there is an element of a setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who's under the microscope. Seems to me our killers go to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof Rhoda's being set up, or she isn't. Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. This evidence will prove my suspicions, proves the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning. Is it the stupid statue?
Take that!
Oops, please will answer all of her questions. You sleep or resenting or something, Mr. Edgeworth? No, as you can plainly see, I'm wide awake. Ah, then I'm afraid you failed. You were making so little sense, I thought maybe you were asleep. Talk about Dr. Sleepy Miss Hyda's transformation. Wasn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Stay calm, think carefully, and present the condemning evidence. Is it the phone? Let me look at everything else.
Take that!
Oops, nope. I'm not awake. Guess it means that then.
Take that!
Killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and that they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor, however. I got through the trouble to do so. No, you're gonna rip the— No, I forgot Ugo, Mr. Ugo, no! The only way all of these actions make sense is the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail, but what should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body? That would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back in the suitcase, ergo they made do with whatever was at hand, adapted their plan. Tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. Killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop and brought the piggy back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need the frame sewn that badly anyway? That's because of the special circumstances around this peculiar case. Need for the killer to frame someone. Special circumstance simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age, so no matter what you do, the chance that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there is no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements. It is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Camille. Only you and you alone could be the killer. Hey, agent. Well. Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. Neat. See the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? The phone, finally. Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture.
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing, and it still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In a complex puzzle that is this case, there's one piece I kept being stuck on, and that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. At least that's what you told me. That's right. Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely, I suspect that we were to find that phone would lead us to the killer. Ah, come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We wouldn't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like you to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Agent Hicks's phone, it's ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, detective. Now where is it coming from? It's coming somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. Doesn't seem to be over here. Took somewhere else, sir, but scratch. I think it's coming from in here, sir. What? Can't be. It's gotta be the victim's cell phone. Whose locker is this, sir? It's Miss Tenero's. What? Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone? Found it in the flight attendant's room in Miss Tenero's locker. What, but... Rhoda Tenero. I don't know anything about the phone. Was it me? It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away. I have a theory. It's related to the incident with the keycard. The killer went to steal the keycard. They conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time. Now I'm trying to finish this case before mythology real fast, so time related to the key card, right? I'm assuming we have less than 15 minutes here. It's just the same way you have zero proof the killer did just that. The only voice that sings to the truth is evidence. There's a bird, one bird we cannot ignore. But Ugo will die if we solve the case. What should I do? Francisca's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? Must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. The stool is not over. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence to point us to our killer. You examine this phone in more detail. Let's go as a jobber. It's a camera lens. What? Come to think of it, phones have cameras in this age. You're mad. It's high tech. I wonder. How exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Francisca, you're mad. You're mad. Camera on a phone? But that's impossible. Need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? You're mad. That's witchcraft. There's no way something like that could take a picture. You're mad. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures of this? What is this technology? Particular pictures as evidence for a smuggling case. If so, I say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for a killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. Yeah, I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. Jan, may I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure, but that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. Crazy bubbles. Now, no, not Ugo, no! What do you mean by that, Francisca? Looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called at me, and then the only LCD screens are broken. It's possible the photos are still there inside waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone, if you please. Very well. Let's transfer and give me like 10 minutes. Displaying it now. Oh, King Man. Thanks to the radar only. What this is. Agent Hicks is most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case. Hey, the Alfred's nowhere in this pic, sir. This has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Ouch, he's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end? Really nothing in the photo we can use. Guardrail looks exactly the same as it does now. The rail is entirely too low. I almost fell to my death. However, I was saved by a miracle-like manner. Perhaps that is what the runaway from death by the skin of one's gum means. Try to narrowly escape death by the skin of one's teeth, Shakespeare. And there must be something in this photo. All the suitcase here in this photo is odd. Agent Hicks was still alive at this time, so what exactly so odd about suitcases that haven't been used yet? Well, I'll certainly point out things that are different between now and then. Off-topic ramblings have put us this attendant to sleep yet again, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. Give sleepyhead a rude awakening, a definite objection, and a contradiction. What's all this? Huh? Oh, they're a cargo ship from Borgia to Zenfa. So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zenfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell about the contents of those boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anyway. One cluster of boxes written in Borgia, and it says there's cloth in English. Cloth. Could it be? Is this where the killer? What is that scary face, Miss Meal? Yes. Appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who this killer is. Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth.
Take that!
What is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. There was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? Now I finally found my answer in this very photo. Cargo that was unloading zinc had cloth written on it. In Borgian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed the piece to clean up the blood with. That's right, the killer was someone who could read and understand Borgian. Only crew member fits the description is you, Miss Camille. Hi, that's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borgian. Is it too low? I could turn it up. Cannot agree with your assessment of killer's indiscriminate nature. The game music is quiet? Fuck. Let me try a little bit more. God damn it. There's no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all, and if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borgian, well then. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first.
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right in the box, sir. Yes, you banana. Oh. Yeah, it's 100, so. Precisely, bedsheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? What are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bedsheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Bordeaux cloth. You have an explanation for that. Killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold, so they were afraid to leave signs that the box for sheets had been opened. Having a Bordeaux cloth without a horse of a different color, because the killer knew it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zenfa. That's right, that is why the Bordeaux cloth was used, and the only Bordeaux reader on board who could make such a calculated decision is you, Camille, and you alone. No, don't, no, Ugo, no! Ugo's about to be attacked directly. Very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we have to do is contact Zenfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. No, stop! He's about to die, Ugo! What do you say, Miss Me? Why not confess your crime here now? If you keep pushing her, she's gonna kill Ugo! What about the hostage? Well, we'd rather wait and see we find out from investigation in Zenfa. He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. The pusher. Ah, what a dumb Interpol agent. Don't worry. I trust you, fellow German. Wait a minute. Oh no! Hey, you're the one that's in charge of the cargo. This guy was a jobber. The pusher. So much for elite Interpol agent. Shit, already better hurry up so we do mythology. Finished making all the arrangements to take suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? Taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Or when we approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Edgeworth. Just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. There's nothing, in fact. I should be one thanking you for your cooperation. Truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Said I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. Hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. I see you don't have to take it if you don't want it. No, I mean I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. He has l'honneur. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. Remember, we here at Go You Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue no matter where you go. Yeah, can I give it to Gumshoe? Can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. Boy, was it fun. Speak for yourself, my day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, false charges. By the way, where's Francisca? She's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. Miss Von Carr was always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country chasing down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. Francisca. Thought I told you when you first landed I have no time for idle chatter. No intention of wasting your time, however. It's been a while since we last met. Also no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? You are Francisca Von Karn, a very proud prosecutor deserving much respect. Only a little while ago I was but a wretched mutt who always losing to you. Denson Pierrot living her life on name and fame with her invincible father bill. True, your father, Manfred Von Karmer, didn't lose a single case 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say that he was invincible. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than those. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me. Oh, another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents, has a high successful arrest rate. Who knows, may even run to him one day. And I was simply caught up in this one case. I see why we would cross paths. Suppose, but I doubt he would say to say I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough, and then I am. You can be sure I'll pay you back in full. Peace. Just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness, I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. No, it's nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. Ho ho. Think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Ah, what the? Tonight we eat good, Gumshoe. How much did you cut a salary by, Francisco? Eating the big time, boys. Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I can fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, detective. Safety first. As I saw the first case upon my arrival home, Francisco von Karma, smuggling which she was after. Leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play, and the players on the other side of the war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Dun dun dun. Yeah. Edgeworth speaking. Finally I called. Who knows how many times I really couldn't get through, and you are. Have you got my voicemails, my boy? Mr. Amano, Ernest Amano, correct? I do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. Been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. Okay, but we'll continue tomorrow, obviously. Finn. Alright, that's why mythology was a little late. Do you face that guy?